Hey guys. Wow, it has been a while since I last streamed. It's felt like a while at least. I think the last time I streamed was 2 weeks ago. Not including Vortex Gallery, of course. Yeah, how are we all doing? Glad to be back. Yeah, we're gonna go over the Stormy Night trip today. That's the only thing on the agenda, but for good reason. It'll take a while to get through everything, because we're also gonna watch through the VODs of the tournament, and we're gonna talk about stuff. So this stream will be a pretty dense one, but it should be enjoyable nonetheless. Feel free to get your drink on the side ready. Hey, Robbo, what's up? Thank you for the welcome back. Yeah, I saw you PV'd while I was away. I'm gonna get the run approved on SRC soon. But yeah, I had just gotten back yesterday, so I was pretty exhausted. But yeah, hope all is well. Congrats on it again. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of good stuff to talk about. It was a really good trip. It was a really good trip for how like nice and short it was. I mean, it wasn't like super short, but it felt short at least, which means I definitely enjoyed myself. Oh, okay, yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I'm glad that we at least can see that 32 minutes is possible for advanced, but it's obviously going to be hard to bring it further down. Oh yeah, we got a lot to get into for the trip recap. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about like the stuff outside of the events that much. It wasn't like super eventful to begin with. I bought a couple of clothes, I bought a couple of retro games, that's about it. I mean, nothing super eventful apart from those. I did go to some arcades again, but not any new ones really. Anyway, we'll get into it. Let's get into it, shall we? By the way, folks, there are going to be timestamps on this VOD for sure, because it'll probably be a long one. But more than that, when we get to the Stormy Night VODs themselves, since they're not yet uploaded on YouTube, we don't have any way of using timestamps for them. Twitch chapters don't really function the same way because they only break up when separate games are listed as part of the original stream, or if the streamer themselves like puts in manual chapters. I'm not sure if that's how it works, but that's as far as I know. But basically what I'm to say is that we're not going to be able to skip through the VOD. We'll probably skip through like intermissions, but otherwise we'll be basically going through the whole thing, so it'll take quite a while. But first things first, how was the trip itself outside of Stormy Night? Well, it was my second time in Japan. So I will say, as just a matter of fact, I felt like much more of an expert when it came to like getting myself around. Getting from the Narita airport to where my hotel was and just being able to go all over Tokyo and stuff was so much easier than the first time. It's kind of incredible how experience works. Just having gone through it once, and you know, getting through all the pains that first time you go through something whenever you visit a new place, it just allows for you to immediately be like a pro the next time you go through it. So experience is a wonderful teacher. Yeah, in terms of what I did on each day, I'm not gonna spend too long apart from like the uni stuff, but I do have pictures, I guess, so let's pull those up. This is a picture from outside the hotel. I stayed in Akihabara again, and mostly just for convenience and keeping things stress-free. The travel budget for this one was like, it was fine, so it was no issue in that regard. But I will say I might need to find a new hotel next time, because the rates I got were not good. I don't know. Like when I was about to leave, I had asked them like what the rates were, right? And they're like, "Oh, it's this," and I'm like, "Oh, that's way less than what I paid." And like, yeah, it's less on the weekdays, and I'm like, okay, like, yeah, it's less on the weekdays, but like, this is like an order of magnitude more than what I expected the difference to be. So I don't know about that one. Anyway, some more photos. Oh yeah, okay, so I went to a couple of arcades that I had gone to the first trip earlier this year, and things that already changed. I follow most of the arcades on Twitter, so I was already aware of some of the changes that they would have had in place. But namely, the first building of Gigo Akihabara had their top floor rearranged, because the top floor basically used to be Arsenal base on one side, and then they would have if I'm remembering correctly, I might need to just look at what I wrote down the first trip, but they had like stuff on one side, like they had, you know, its own section off on one side, and the other side would be like the touchscreen RTSs and the all-net PRO-Z multi machines, right? They rearranged that floor, and now it only has the touchscreen RTSs and Arsenal base, and then they moved all of the like fighting game and APM cabinets to one floor below. And not just that, but they actually removed like, I think four. They removed 4 of their APM cabinets, because they used to have 3 that were across from each other per row, so it was 6 in total, right? And now they have only 2 in total. And I'm like, wow, why would they do that, right? But apparently, you know, as it turns out, Arsenal base is super popular in Japan right now. And APM cabinets, not so much. So those are starting to fall out of fashion, I guess. But the reason I took a photo of this, I believe, was specifically that they have stream setups now. They had a total of 4 of these. I didn't get them all in this shot, but they have 4 of these stream setups now. And I guess because more content creators are starting to like get interested in Arsenal base in Japan, so they wanted to add more stream setups. They've all got their own microphone, mouse, keyboard. You like log into you know, your YouTube account or your Twitch account from here, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. But there's not really much else to talk about that. Like, yeah, Arsenal base, I played a little bit of it this trip, but not as much as the first trip by any means. Because the budget was tighter. Yeah, so what are we looking at here? This was one of the places I eaten at. Basically, there was a pop-up shop, right? That was selling French toast with like this bitter caramel sauce. I saw it on Twitter, and they said they were closing on the 29th of October. And for those of you that are pretty like, you know, for those of you that are present in mind, the 29th of October was a week ago, right? And I had gotten in Japan on the 26th, or sorry, the 27th, on the 27th. So I had only a few days to actually make it here before they got rid of this menu item, because it was like a special pop-up shop collaboration or something within the, I forgot the name of the place, but it's like this market mall in Shinjuku. The name of the specific pop-up shop is here, Wiseman Coffee, but that's not like the name of like the whole market mall thing. I forgot what it was called, but this was really tasty. And it's vanilla ice cream here too. It's not butter. That I would not have eaten this if that were butter, but yeah, it was really delicious. Cold vanilla ice cream, warm French toast with bitter caramel topping. Yeah, very delicious. I will say, like, my taste buds persisted with the aftertaste from this, and I had to like chug a full bottle of water to get it, like, wash it out. So that was something, but it was fine at the end of the day. I think it was worth it. I haven't had a dish anything like this before, so It was interesting. Yeah. So that was like, I think I went here on Monday, the 28th, because that was like the first full day that I was in Japan. So yeah, I went there first thing pretty much on Monday. In general, the food I had, like, I didn't really try to go super out of my comfort zone except for this, I guess. I just kind of ate at whatever was nearby at the time I was hungry. But this was nice to have gone out of the way for. And speaking of Shinjuku, oh my goodness. Even after this trip, I still have no clue on my bearings of the Shinjuku station. Like, it's a nightmare. Every time I go, I feel like I get lost, even with looking at like the Google Maps instructions, like where they'll say like what exit and what concourse to take, right? I still have no clue where things are situated relative to each other, because the way Google Maps describes it isn't exactly how it shows on the signs when you leave like the JR station. So like the JR station will have like, okay, this is the east gate, this is the west gate, right? Like that kind of thing. But then there'll, like, after you leave like the exact JR station, all these signs like have different things, like, oh, this leads to like the government building, or this leads to like the bus station, and it won't have exactly the same labelings that it shows on like Google Maps, or even like the same labelings that other stations would have for that matter. Like other stations might have like, you know, exit A1 or A2 or exit N or something, I don't know. But Shinjuku has like, oh, this go here for this thing. And if your thing is that you're trying to go to is not listed on that label, then you have to kind of make guesses based on the direction relative to the Shinjuku station that you want to go in. So if it's like east of the Shinjuku station, then you got to follow the east concourse signs and hope that you eventually land at the relative spot that you want to get from. So like after all that was said and done, I ended up kind of just leaving somewhere from the Shinjuku station and regaining my bearings outside of that jungle. So that was fun. But yeah, I don't know if I'll ever figure out how that station works. I've come to accept it at this point. In fact, let me see. There was from Shop Our Lucy. There, like, so basically I remarked on Twitter that I'll never figure out like how Shinjuku station works, something like that, right? And one of the locals I went to, Shop Bar Lucy, it's like a game bar, and we did a lot of Uni 2 casuals there during this trip. But they were saying like, oh yeah, Shinjuku station is so big. Okay, here it is. So I was like, yeah, I still have no idea how Shinjuku station works. Lucy replies, it's so big that even Japanese people don't understand it well. That's not very comforting. That's not very reassuring. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should stop focus on trying to figure it out. But it's like, man, there's no hope for me then. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Okay, but yeah, moving on. Oh, and you can see like the other stuff they had on the menu. I mean, it's mostly French toast related to what they had for this exact collaboration, but you can get it with like many other things: tea, coffee, mocha latte. Yeah, or you can get the French toast by itself. Yeah, you can get the other things by themselves. You don't have to get it together. Funny story. So I ended up getting, again, this was like my first full day on this trip in Japan, right? And I was not really focused, I guess. So I ended up ordering number 4, French toast plus tea. And man, like after they told me to sit down, they brought over the tea, and I ended up like, I don't know, I ended up blending that teacup because it was like a Starbucks style cup. I ended up blending that in with like the other stuff that was on the table already. So I never actually drank the tea. Like I forgot about it. It's so bad. Like I just wasn't focused. But yeah, I realized maybe like an hour after already leaving the place that like, oh, I never drank the tea that they gave me. So that was funny, I guess. Anyway, same day, or I think it was the same day, I'm not sure. But I went to do some exploring in Ikebukuro because that was something I had not really done the first trip. And to be honest, like, there wasn't really much I missed out on. Like, Ikebukuro, I'm not the target audience for the stuff they have on Otome Road. Let me just put it that way. But one of the stores I went into did have some Bleach stuff, which this ended up being like one of the few things I saw for Bleach the whole trip. So I'm glad I took at least one photo there. But they had this cool, I guess, Rukia card. That was in your Blood War Rukia. I didn't end up buying it though, because yeah, I didn't end up buying. I don't remember why I didn't end up buying it, but I didn't end up getting it. Okay, some other day forward. So I already mentioned I did some retro game shopping. That was one of the goals I had for this trip, and I've pretty much found everything that I was looking for except for one game, but I didn't really care about finding that game enough anyway. But this was at, this was at one of the stores. It was called Retro Game Camp, or not Retro Game Camp. Super Potato. Sorry, Super Potato. I also went to Retro Game Camp, but this was not a picture from there. But yeah, a lot of Kirby posters here. The retro game stores in Tokyo are super cramped. Like, the shelves are so close together that you can barely like walk yourself between a shelf, if you have a backpack on at least, without like, you know, needing to turn sideways, let alone fitting in more than one person between the shelves. That was a bit of a pain, but at the end of the day, it was fine. It wasn't a big deal. Space in Tokyo is probably hard to come by, so, and a lot of these stores have a ton of stuff. You can see in this photo here, quick like sneak peek at some of the PS3 games they had, right? Some of the Gundam games here. This is all Extreme Versus and Extreme Versus Full Boost from the PS3, and some other games here as well. But yeah, some of the DS games, and like these are some like handheld games they had behind the case. It's not easy to see here, but I didn't know until after asking them. One of the games they have here is actually the DS version of Umihara Kawase Shun. And I ended up picking that up, but not from this store. But I was surprised that they even had it to begin with. It was out of the case, but I was surprised that they had it, because that's a hard game to come by, even in Japan. And you're pretty much never going to find that in the US, right? But I ended up picking it up from a different store, and it was cheaper at that store and was in case. So I was really happy to have gotten it. If I remember to plug in my webcam, I can show it later on. But again, I don't want to spend too much time on the non-uni stuff, since there wasn't much anyway. Some of the Neo Geo games. This is all at Super Potato in Akihabara. So if you're ever interested in checking out the store, highly recommend. Some of the game music albums that they had. Of course, a lot of it's for Square Enix games. They had a whole like 2 shelves, I think, for just game OST albums. Pretty cool. Same store had an arcade at the very top floor. It's a very small arcade, but it's an arcade. I would qualify it as one. It just had a bunch of retro game cabinets, among which was Metal Slug X. I played it for a few credits. I think the gamer instincts took me far, but I'm far beyond washed in this game, so it did not bode well for me, but I had a good time nonetheless. I made it to stage 2 before hitting my first death, so that was something, I guess. But otherwise, yeah, I got bodied. But it's a good game. This was the peak of SNK. Live photos showing a little bit of the title screen. In the same floor, they also had a couple of shmups, and I think they had Tetris, and there's this cool table game that they had for Pong. I ended up playing it with a couple of the other uni guys that also came for Stormy Night. I didn't get any pictures or photos of it, but I should have. I kind of regret it. But it was really fun. It was Pong, but it wasn't like on like a, I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't like a digital screen. It was like kind of a, what's the word? It's kind of like mechanical Pong. I don't know how to describe it, but like you turn this like dial to move your Pong block. you guys, I don't know how to describe this thing, but think of it like foosball, I guess. Like where foosball, you know, it's not like digital, right? Like you have the physical, I don't know, things that you turn on the tube so that you can hit the foosball with, right? I guess it's like similar to that. Like if there's an equivalent for that, but for Pong, that's what that was. But anyway, yeah. This was one of the early versions of Dodonpachi. Pretty famous shmup. Same store, I believe. Yeah, on one of the different floors. This store had a lot. Super Potato did, so I took a lot of photos there. Anyway, okay. So I didn't know Tekken 8 had the single player mode or whatever this is. So I think I just took a photo of it out of consternation. But if anyone has played Tekken 8, can you explain me what's going on here? I have no clue. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is Soft Map. This is a different store though. Soft Map. They had Uniel, or sorry, they had Unist and Uniclair. I didn't expect that. And they also had Umihara Kawase Fresh, which is not a very good game. It's a cute game, but it's not like it's like if they made Umihara Kawase for Strive players, if you get what I mean. I don't remember what store this was, but basically there was a store in Akihabara that had a floor dedicated to Square Enix products, I guess. So this is among the stuff they had. Final Fantasy stuff, of course. And Dragon Quest was also there. Yeah, cool FF stuff. Yeah. They had a lot more. I only got a few photos. But yeah, oh, I wasted some credits on Cotton Rock and Roll, and then that's when I realized I should just play this at home, because I really have this game on Steam. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I should just play this at home. I was grinding a little bit, and then I realized, okay, let me not do this. Because yeah, some of these games, they'll have like, it's basically the classic quarter muncher stuff where they have the knowledge checks at certain places to get you to lose your lives and then put in more credits. Because, you know, if the player beats it in their first try, then it's not an arcade game that can make money. You got to make the money somehow. But anyway, there was no use for me to play this since I can just play this at home. It's different than playing like a fighting game at the arcade where you're playing against other people there, right? This is a single player game at the arcade. There's no reason to play this at the arcade if you have a game at home. But it's a good game still, Cotton Rock and Roll. For those of you who don't know, it's a shmup. It's like a, what's it called? It's a like horizontal shmup. There's multiple characters that play very differently, and it's got like a very lighthearted aesthetic, so it's nice. I played Gitadora a lot too. I don't remember what this picture was for, but yeah, I did play a lot of that. This is outside. This was like, so it was raining most of the time I was there until like maybe Tuesday, which was, or not Tuesday, Wednesday, which was the 30th. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday. But yeah, it was raining the first couple of days I was there. So this is like, I think the second or first day of there not being rain, and it was like a decent day to actually take photos outside. So yeah. This was one of the retro game stores I went to, Retro Game Camp. I picked up, let's see, I picked up a couple of Kirby games from this store, as well as Gundam Extreme vs. Full Boost. I forgot to mention from Super Potato as well. From Super Potato, I picked up Gundam Seed Destiny Rengo vs. Zaft 2 Plus. That's like the predecessor game to Extreme Versus, and it's not like a very good game looking back. I mean, it's good for its time for sure, but it's not as polished as the modern Extreme Versus games are. but it still has some decent single player, so I've been meaning to have my hands on it. But anyway, the other retro game store I went to was the Surungaya branch, and their Super Potato. This store, I don't remember what I did. Oh, okay, this store, yes. So at this store, I didn't really plan on buying anything, but I ended up getting like an art book for Gundam Seed Freedom, because I was like, man, I would be surprised if I find any like well-priced Seed Freedom merchandise. And this was a well-priced Seed Freedom merchandise, so I'm like, okay, this will be the one thing I'll get that's Seed Freedom related. I also wanted to see a screening of the special edition of Seed Freedom, but those tickets were long sold out, so there was not a chance for me to be able to see that while I was there. Same store, this hobby shop trader had a couple of Cotton games that were the physical edition, but too pricey for my liking. And then this was one of the Umehara Kawase games I picked up. Shun for DS, in the case. And based on what is written on this conditions label, like, it was in pretty good condition. It included the manual. Like, it basically includes everything that would be in the case if you bought it new. And the condition of the manual, like, basically the condition of everything is like mint, which is not bad, or not mint, near mint. Sorry, near mint. So not bad at all. This was the Rengo versus Zaft 2 Plus I was talking about from Super Potato. And then I forgot to mention this, but I picked up Afterimage too, because I wanted to do that the first time I went and I forgot. So I did it this time. And it's much cheaper to get it in Japan because of the exchange rate. But it was still not that cheap, to be honest. Like, it was like 3,400 yen, which was more than I expected. And this is a used copy too. It's not a new one. I don't think this game is really selling as new copies anymore, even though it's 2 years old now, or not even 2 years old. It's like over 1 year, a year and 6 months. But yeah. And then Sayonara Umehara Kawase was 2,500 yen for the 3DS. That's the other one I was really looking for. So those are the retro games I got. All right, then last things we'll talk about before we go into Uni 2 stuff. On what day was this? I think this was Thursday, 31st. I went for a very, very long stroll along the Sumida River. Just for fun, not any particular reason. I just wanted to explore. But it got me quite far. I was able to see a lot of different cities within Tokyo, and it was surprisingly walkable compared to what I expected, at least. There was a certain point where I did have to like go in some suburb because I wasn't sure if I could continue walking along the river using the sidewalk, and I will admit I did get lost a couple times, but because transit was still easily accessible, since there are like so many stations next to each other, it wasn't hard to get back to a familiar enough place. It was also nice to have taken the light rail within Aragawa City. Is that how it's called? Aragawa? But yeah, like on the north side of Tokyo. Oh, what are these pictures? Right. This is in Ueno. It's like a little pond here next to where all the shopping district stuff is on the right. Yeah, I mean, these are just... Oh, yeah. This is like the number of steps taken at the end of that day. Oh, my goodness. 32,000 steps that day. 12.8 miles walked. Yeah, that was enjoyable. No, this was not... This was Thursday, I think. I think this had to have been Thursday. Which was the 31st, yeah. Mr. Donuts in Akihabara closed, permanently closed. This one was apparently open for quite a while. Thankfully, there's still other Mr. Donuts around. It's a chain, so... And I was able to eat at one of them while I was in Machiya, a neighborhood in Aragawa. So, they're still around, but like the one that's in Akihabara specifically closed down. Where's this? Ginza. I don't remember what day this was, but I did go walking in Ginza for a bit too. This might have been Saturday. Whatever. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Stormy Night. So, yeah, there again, I didn't really do like so much outside of the uni stuff, because once the uni stuff got started, I was like super locked in for that, to my own surprise, to be honest. But let's start talking about it. The whole purpose of this trip was to go to Stormy Night, which for those of you that are unaware of what Stormy Night is, basically it's a community run event, grassroots event, that was put on specifically for Under Night in Birth, a 2D anime fighting game series. It's a pretty... It's what I would say is like a pretty niche series, but the people that know it, love it, and play it, like, really do know how good it is. And it's had a long history that I think a lot of people aren't surprised, or are surprised to hear, because it's been around for over 10 years. But it was only from 2015 or 2016, one of those years, that it was actually available to play within like the US, or, you know, outside of Japan, basically. But anyway, Stormy Night was first run last year, and at that time the scope of it wasn't as large, but it still attracted and drew a number of high-level players for the game. But this year in particular was crazy in terms of like just the sheer number of strong players that were in attendance, and also the fact that it was part of the Arc System Works World Tour, which is the competitive fighting game circuit for ArcSys fighting games. Obviously, Uni 2 is not an ArcSys fighting game, but it is published by them, so it still fits under the umbrella. Specifically, Stormy Night was a platinum event, and platinum event is the highest tier of events you can have. This is like a major level event for AWT, and anyone that wins gets a direct invite to the AWT World Finals. Of course, there's a point system as well for anyone that does not finish first place. But point being, Stormy Night this year was very, very high profile, and for good reason. I think this event definitely deserved to have like the higher level of attention, and that of course was a good incentive for people outside of Japan to try to make it out and see what's up with this tournament. And I think it really did live up to the hype surrounding it. It was an amazing event. You really had to have been there to know. Yeah, oh my goodness, there's so many things to talk about. I should probably talk about first the stuff leading up to Stormy Night, because I did go to a lot of events prior to Stormy Night to like prepare for it and meet other people as well. But I did want to like set the stage a little bit, because this was no small event by any means, and it was the weekend that immediately followed Climax of Night, which was also a high profile event. It's also an ArcSys Platinum event for Uni 2, and in general, like in North America, if you're playing Under Night in Birth, like Climax of Night is the event that people go to, right? So the fact that it was the weekend immediately before might have made it tricky for people to go to both, but I definitely think like Stormy Night was well worth the trip out there to go to. But yeah, okay, so some of the stuff before Stormy Night that I went to, right? So basically the day that I had arrived, the day before the day I had arrived, there was a local at Tachikawa Game Bridge that I wasn't able to make it to because obviously that was before I arrived, right? So I'm like, okay, since I can't make it there, I'm gonna make it to every other local that I can. The locals that were there were Tatakai Tuesday at Red Bull Gaming Sphere in Nakano. And that's a free event, by the way. So that's awesome. Like, that's just simply great that they're able to run that week after week for free. And it's a nice venue space as well. And then and that's Tuesday. Tatakai Tuesday is on Tuesday. And then Wednesday I went to Shop Bar Lucy, which is Shop Bar Lucy is a game bar in Ochanomizu neighborhood. Or not neighborhood, but like basically it's in Chiyoda City, and it's like a 10-minute walk away from the Ochanomizu station. How else do I describe it? It's a nice little, comfy, chill venue. It's a bar, but most importantly, like, it's all very, very like fighting game dedicated and focused. There's a good photo that I think shows what it looks like. This photo here. This was not from Wednesday, but this was from the following Monday. But I think it still gets the idea across in the same way. Like, it's a nice venue, and they have a lot of like figures on the side for different media, like mostly fighting games, but also like anime and I think like superheroes and stuff, right? But they also have a bunch of setups. They have a bunch of loaner sticks, or arcade sticks that you can use if you don't have your own, and controllers. And there's also a live stream that they have, which is on YouTube. We can pull that up. Let me just get it on this separate screen so that it doesn't get in the way. But they also stream events on YouTube, which when I was there on Wednesday, they did stream the casuals that we played for the Uni 2. But basically, my main purpose of going to both of these, Tatakai Tuesday and Shop Bar Lucy on Wednesday, was to like be able to meet the players, because that's like, might as well meet the players while I'm there. If I'm making the trip all the way out there for Stormy Night, might as well be able to get as many games in as I can and meet a lot of people that I can, right? Here's the channel. So they stream whatever events that players put on, Shop Bar Lucy do. But the day that I had gone there on Wednesday, they just named it accordingly, like, players from overseas, casual matches. And I think most of this VOD, because this is the VOD from that day, I legit think most of this VOD is just me getting bodied by different Japanese players. It's pretty funny. I played against, let's see. I think on stream I played against Watanabe Shacho, the legendary Waldstein player that's terrorized arcades for a long time, and even beyond that, he's been one of the best Waldsteins for quite a while. I played against Mao's Uzuki, and that was my first time playing against Uzuki, so that was pretty funny. Let's see. I played against I think I played against Sanaru at this event, but I don't know if it was on stream. But anyway, like, I played against a lot of people at this one. And got a lot of good experience out of it, I think. It's hard to get the point across, like, how useful of an experience it was to play against everybody, because I have not really been active in Uni 2 this year, and I felt like I was like getting I felt like I was truly getting reaccustomed with not just the game, but like all of the knowledge that I had accumulated during the time that I was active, and it was like all coming back, that kind of thing. It feels nice because I had really not been active for quite a while, so it's nice to be able to use the knowledge that you had, that that you had built up over a number of years for some use, you know. What else was there? I wrote down so many notes for what I was gonna say for this stream, and I'm forgetting everything right now, and I feel so bad. So bear with me, guys. It's probably gonna be all over the place. Okay, yeah. So the players I played against at Lucy was Shacho, Sonaru, Shimazaki, and Mao. That would be Waldstein, Eltnam, Chaos, Uzuki, respectively. And I already mentioned Uzuki. That was my first time playing against her. It was funny too, because Shacho was asking like, "Is this like, have I played against Uzuki before?" And I'm like, "This is my first time." And we all had a chuckle about that because, you know, it's not like she hasn't been out for super long, but she also has been out for long enough where anyone that's active in the game would have played against her or seen her already. So I had not seen her at all, and that was going to be something that reared its ugly head when Stormy Night came around. Not in like a bad way, but in a funny way, I guess. So yeah. And in general, like, I think speaking with everyone was really good too, because, you know, it's one thing when you watch a lot of these players for so long, right? Like, you at least get an idea of how they play, but you never really get the sense of like what's going through their minds, you know, or like how they think about the characters or the game itself. So when I was like asking them about certain things, it was really, really insightful. I'm like, okay, now I can at least paint the full picture, like all the puzzle pieces are coming together. This is how these certain players think, especially that was the case when I was playing against them. I'm like, man, like, you know, I can at least get a feel for, I can at least peer into their minds, you know, a lot more easily, rather than like, you know, just watching them. So it was really cool. Okay, and we can come back to Lucy and Tatakai Tuesday a little more later, because I do want to talk about Stormy Night right now. That's the highlight after all. So yeah, Stormy Night. I already mentioned this tournament was crazy, right? We can look at the bracket and you guys will see, but basically there were a lot of very, very good players that got sent early on into losers. Yeah, I went 0-2 personally in the singles tournament. This was day one, the singles tournament. I went 0-2. I lost to, funny enough, the player that I fought at Tatakai Tuesday. Like, I played against him a lot in casuals, and yeah, I played against him at Tatakai Tuesday, right? It was a Kaguya player, and that was my first round opponent. So I'm like, oh, I see. I see. But the issue is that I don't have enough like anti-Kaguya experience. So even though I had played against him a lot at Tatakai Tuesday, it didn't necessarily make me feel all that much comfortable. And at the time, I didn't even like connect the dots. So I didn't know it was the guy I played at Tatakai Tuesday until I sat down with him and I'm like, oh, I see. So yeah, I did nearly get a game on, but I dropped my combo, then he dropped his combo to kill me. So then we were both like kind of looking at each other when I teched, and then he went for a throw and I did not tech the throw. So that's kind of how that went. Not much else to talk about that one. Yeah, I did have my losers match on stream against Mochi's Merkava. We can talk about that soon. But I do want to like emphasize how much of a bloodbath this tournament actually was. Because not only was it not like super seeded, like they didn't really seed it. Like they just kind of made sure to not put too many like North American players against each other in the first round. That was pretty much it. Like there's not really a method to seeding, which is fine, I guess. But considering this is like an Arc System Works World Tour qualifier, you know, it's interesting the way they approached it. But you can see like a good player, Snappy, got sent to losers by Duo Oria in round 3. Let's see who else. Mobumu Obito versus Nishina in round 2, and Mobumu Obito got sent to losers. Super rough. Another player I think had a really strong performance here. Nephros. Nephros played so insanely well at this tournament. Not just the singles tournament, but also the 3v3 that was on day 2. And man, like, I can't wait to talk more about that, because when I got a chance to like watch him play and also play against him, I really understood why he was able to make it as far as he did. Like, a lot of people might not understand until they watch or play against him, but like truly, you could see like how good he is. And it was a well-deserved performance that he had, or well-deserved to have made it far as he did. Other notable results, let's see. We didn't come across all of them yet, but like, again, like, there's so many good players here, and it's bound to happen where some get sent losers early, some don't, right? So Crimson Crusader, who's the runner-up finisher at Evo Japan this year, got sent to losers by Chobi in round 4. Like, round 4 is kind of deep into the tournament, so I'm not gonna go, yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? I'm not gonna go and say like, oh, this is like an upset or a major underperformance or anything, because dude, this tournament was, I think this tournament was probably the most densely packed tournament of the year for Uni 2, and that says something, because Evo Japan was also a pretty hard tournament to make it far in, right? But it wasn't as densely packed in terms of the sheer number of strong players. I think this tournament had probably a higher density of strong players than Evo Japan. And it still didn't have like everyone it could have had, but it had a good number of people still. But anyway, yeah, second place finisher Evo Japan this year, sent to losers by Chobi. And Chobi ended up playing really well this tournament too. Chobi finished second in this bracket on the Kuon. Ryusei got sent to losers by Chobi himself as well. Let's see. So this was a big one too. Neji played Uzuki at this tournament. He ended up sending Notes to losers. I think that would be considered an upset by a lot of people. Notes is a pretty big favorite in a bracket like this, and yeah, Neji ended up sending him to losers round 3. Yeah, and Neji ended up losing later on to Miyagi Muteki. So like, it's like just back-to-back powerhouse juggernaut matchups, juggernaut head-to-heads, and these are things that like you would really be biting your nails over, because man, was it a bloodbath. Goots also sent Knots into losers in round 3. Knots is one of the best North American players right now, and he getting sent to losers round 3 is pretty crazy. Like, obviously this is a head-to-head that's that's pretty worrying to see this early in the bracket, but again, that's how it's going to be when you have this many good players in a 100-person tournament. And yeah, this is about 100 people or so. Nothing like Climax and Night, which had 400 people and was still pretty hard, right? But this is 100 people and very, very hard, because like every person in this bracket was highly capable of holding their own. So and Deeps beat Satohiro first round, which is like really, really good stuff for Deeps. Deeps is a player from Northern California, and Satohiro is a strong Enkidu player, so that's definitely like a good performance from him in that match. But you know, Wako was right after, and Wako is a player that I think a lot of people went under a lot of people's radar. According to Shimazaki, when I had talked to Shimazaki that weekend, Wako had been training in secret for some time, but he had appeared in a couple of tournaments, so people kind of already knew that he was around again. But basically, this is like formerly one of the best Batista players in Japan, and I think he proved himself to be the best Batista player again, despite going on a short bit of a break during a stint. But I think he came back even stronger in Uni 2, despite Batista being noticeably weaker in this version. And even on the other side, like Daniru, who's another Batista player, ended up losing to Moaru, who ended up winning the whole thing. And Moaru played really well at this tournament too, and showed that Hilda is more than capable in Uni 2 right now. Contrary to a lot of people's opinion, I guess. I mean, I personally thought Hilda is still fine, but especially proven in this tournament, I would say. Tommy sending Goots Goots to losers too is pretty unexpected, but again, both insane players, and they had to face each other. Both of these winners that sent good players to losers had to face each other in winners round 5, so it's like, man. But at that point, it was top 16, I think. So let me make sure. Yeah, I think that was top 16, so it's like, okay, that's reasonable. Yeah, there's again some more upsets that we see further, like the further down we go. Mosin and Stawo is a really good head-to-head as well, but you can see Mosin came out on top barely by the skin of his teeth. Shacho faced Mosin. Mosin again is one of the Evo finalists of this year. Shacho, we talked about him already, the best Wallenstein in Japan, and still proved himself at this weekend, I think, with the results that he put up. And that was a bare escape from an Evo finalist 2-1. And you can see the same was for the match right after with Moaru and Shacho going 2-1 in Moaru's favor. Yeah, so then we go into, like, all that happened in winners, right? What about losers, where things are also insane? I already mentioned I had this match on stream against Mochi, Merkava player. And then let's see. So Bryce is one of the fellow NA players that went to this tournament. Lost to Totoko right away after being sent to losers, 2-1. It's a tough one because there's just so many players, and Lin is a particularly interesting character in tournament right now because a lot of people have trouble dealing with the 5C 2C mix-up versus 5C charge 5cc mix-up. It's like really weird to deal with, and because of the discomfort, like, I think that's allowing for a lot of Lin players to see good amount of success currently. So it's pretty interesting. Makochin beating Boogie, I would say, is an upset. Also, deeper into the losers side, you could already see, like, Oshuhito being sent to losers. I didn't even wait. When did that even happen? Because I don't remember who sent him to losers, but I know that he was put in an uncomfortable place early on. Nishina sent him to losers. Wow. So yeah, Oshuhito is, like, I would say, like, one of the favorites too for this kind of bracket. He does have issues with, like, sometimes playing less than himself in tournament environments, but at this tournament, I think he played really well, and it was still, he had to still really work hard for every single win. Had to face Deeps, had to face Snappy, had to face Gutsuguts, had to face Yatohime, who played really well this tournament as well. Wait, how do you scroll this thing? Oh, it's not even a drag. Okay. Then he had to face Nephros, and this, guys, I think this was one of the sets of the whole tournament, and it wasn't even on stream. I was able to watch it. I was able to spectate it off stream physically, but I didn't record it, and I regret it now. Like, man, I wish more people could have seen this set. Nephros had, I think, 3 set points in total, maybe 4. But he was literally like 2 pixels away from killing Oshuhito, like, and taking the set, like, meaning he would advance over Oshuhito in the rest of the tournament. And imagine how differently things could have gone if that had happened. But it didn't end up happening. It was really unfortunate. Nephros, again, you played really well throughout the whole weekend, and he was that close to eliminating Oshuhito. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, the more we look here, the more you can see, like, how many good sets there were. Isaac made it really far too, and had to go down to Mosin, another good player. So it's like, you know, he went down in an honorable fashion, I would say. Kaji, who had a good performance at Climax of Night, went down to Mosin as well. Like, you could not escape playing against strong players if you wanted to make it far. Even if you wanted to make it like top 32 or top 16 winners, like you had to fight hard for it. But yeah, it goes on and on. Knots being sent home by Nishine in losers, and Notes as well. I think Notes, or I said Knots, I meant not sending home Nishine in losers, and then having to face Notes right after. Like, oh my goodness, it's crazy. And even look at Notes' path. Like after he got sent to losers, Stenoko, Mika into Crimson Crusader Gordo, into Knots Wagner, or not Wagner, Seth, into Watanabe Shacho Waldstein. Like Notes had a very hard path in losers, and even if he had made it past Watanabe Shacho, he had to face Senaru. He would have had to face Senaru, and then Sugibito, who played really well at this tournament too. Like it was not looking easy, no matter what path you had. I think the easiest time anyone would have had is by, I don't know, is by like advancing through winners as far as they could, because at least you have a cushion of one game or a one set you can lose. But the singles tournament was truly a bloodbath. It's like it cannot be emphasized enough. I should also mention that because there were so many primetime matches that were played off stream, and I didn't mention this, but Senaru versus Wako was also played off stream. Like that was a match that took place like kind of side by side to Nephros and Oshihito. So Shacho remarked like, "Oh, it's like watching TV," because when he like pulled me over to kind of watch that match as it was taking place, it was like all of these good matches like right next to each other, and then on the other side of the table there was Knots and Notes also playing. So it was like, man, like you want to watch everything, but you can't have everything on stream, and you can't watch everything at the same time either. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, there was no easy way to carve a path for yourself in this tournament. I don't think anyone that expected to get top 8 for free was met with a surprise, I would say. Yeah, the singles tournament was great though. In terms of like how the event was run itself, again, I don't have a ton of photos, sadly. Let me see. Yeah, none of these are photos of the event. I don't have a ton of photos myself. I know there are photographers that were taking snapshots of what was taking place while the event was going. So once the album is uploaded somewhere, then I can pull that up for sure on a future stream. But know that the event's vibes were spot on, insanely good. Very pure, very raw. The fact that the event also had 32 setups. 32 setups for an 100-person tournament is awesome. Like the wait times were never long because of setups. Like if anything, the wait time being long was due to being sent to losers. If you were sent to losers, then the wait was long, but that's because they did losers in a separate block, and they wanted to do a lot of losers matches on stream, which is fair. Like that ended up being nice. I got to play my match on stream, so I guess that's why I'm like happy about that. But even then, like there are a bunch of good losers matches that took place on stream, and there are a bunch that didn't take place on stream, unfortunately, as well. But it was bound to happen as we got deeper along. So, but the fact that there were 32 setups meant that it was very easy to also get casual matches after they opened them up for casuals, which they did pretty early on. So it was nice. Like there was never a shortage of games you could possibly find. And because of that too, the venue space itself it's not like super big, but it's also not super small. It's like the just right size for the number of people that were there, I would say. And the fact, again, that there were 32 setups meant that it wasn't going to be very crowded in each aisleway as you walked through the venue. So it was good. The one thing I would suggest for them to try to implement in the future is having the stream setup not be like on the far side of the room, but instead be in a more central position of the room, so that it wouldn't be like super hard for people to get to the stream setup and spectate those games if they wanted to. Like, it just makes it nice to have it in a central location so that other people can spectate. But they really put in a lot of work. They made the best out of what they were given with the venue, with the space, with all the sponsors that were part of it too, because they had a number of sponsors on board for this one. I don't know if they listed all of them on the page itself, but oh yeah, okay, you can see the setup, it looks like. So yeah, this is how the setup looked like. 32 setups. I think this is the stream setup right here. Based on... Oh no, this is the stream setup. This was the stream setup right here on the far right. Because they had like... The way they set it up, and we'll probably be able to see it in the VOD a little bit, but they had it set up with like a... Actually, no, I have some photos. Never mind. I do have a couple photos. Some of them are from day 2, but it's a chill show. Yeah, here we go. You can see the stream setup here. This is like basically player 1 sat across from player 2, but they're still like in a way that was facing each other, so it felt like, you know, you're in like a little coliseum or arena while everyone else was watching on the main projector screen. But yeah, like if it were like in a more central location with respect to the venue, like maybe in the middle right here, I think it would be nicer. But it's understandable if they didn't have in the middle. It might have been too much of a hassle, because if you just set up far off from everyone else, then, you know, there's no risk of anyone stepping over things accidentally. And then there was also the small space for vendors and artists. I didn't end up purchasing anything from there, but I think a lot of people were happy to have that available within the same venue space. Not to mention, another good thing I should point out right now before I forget, the access to food. It was so nice to have it within, because basically the venue was in the, what's it called, the Tokyo City Air Terminal, and because of that, basically there's guaranteed to be food, because that's one of the like locations from which like there'd be a bus that would take you, or a shuttle that would take you to the airport, right? So there's got to be food for those people, which means there's going to be food for us too. So it was nice that food was in the same building, like we didn't have to even go outside. And plenty of vending machines there too to get drinks. So it was an excellent location they chose. Considering it was raining on day 1, those things mattered, because you didn't have to go outside in the rain to get food or anything. Yeah, that's about it. That's about it I have to talk about for singles day 1. Before we actually watch the VODs. Again, the winner was Mawaru, finishing with a strong performance on the Hilda. Chobi finished 2nd, Ohito 3rd, Bito 4th on the Laundrikia, and then 5th was Miyagi Muteki and Shacho, 7th, Mosin and Senaru. Two of the Evo finalists finishing 7th place. Well, Ohito is also an Evo finalist, but you can see like the fact that there were more like people from Japan in this tournament compared to like other tournaments that happened throughout this year. It goes to show that Japan is still one of the best regions in this game. People might have had doubts on it based on how NA performed at their own tournaments, but I think it was all to be proven at this event that the power level of players in Japan is still up there. And if you want to have success in various ecosystems, you just have to have experience playing against different kinds of players. But that's not to say that any of these players are like not strong or anything, or not strong enough. After all, Sonar already booked a spot in the AWT World Finals. So there's like nothing to worry about there. Mosin as well. So there's literally nothing to worry about. And now Mawaru is going to be the new one joining them. So it'll be really exciting. And we'll talk more about the nature of the top 8 and how things went along in the actual matches once we get to the VODs. Yeah. Mawaru, the champion, fought really well, fought really hard. So it was good stuff. And this was announced at the end of day one, but what we're looking at here is basically Uni 2 is going to be getting an arcade version on AllNet PROZ Multi 3, APM 3. And this is a big deal because up until this point, the latest version that was available to play of Uni at the arcades was Uniclair, and that is far out of date by now. So it's to say that, like, yeah, perhaps Japan might consider basing some locals out of arcades, which makes things way easier if they end up going that route. As long as there's an arcade, of course, that has enough APM 3 cabinets for such a thing. Because, yeah, these days, a lot of arcades are phasing out APM cabinets in favor of, like, more rhythm games or, you know, more crane games, like, you know, or Arsenal based, like basically all the Gundam stuff, right? They're phasing out the APM 3. So I don't know how good, I don't know how well this will work out in the future, but this is the good starting point. This should hopefully help things along regardless. And if there's any shot or hopes at this game getting a resurgence in Japan, I think the arcades are one of the best places they can do it. In worst case, they don't have to run things at a chain arcade. They can just go for a place that has a more deliberate fighting games focus, such as Shinjuku Sportsland, for example. So like there are plenty of options that they can explore to make use of the arcade version, but this is really good news, and it's exciting that there's going to be a new way to play Uni 2 at local sessions for people in Japan. But that was a nice little announcement given at the end of day one of Stormy Night. Okay, I think we're ready to talk about day two now. So day two is the 3v3, guys, and it's worth separating this in our minds because day one is the Arc System Works World Tour qualifying event, singles tournament, right? That's what's going to qualify you for the Arc World Tour finals. Day two is like its own separate thing that's only for Stormy Night, like only for Stormy Night as an event, as a grassroots event. And it's truly like a callback on the national tournaments that French Bread used to run for Uni in the days of old. Over the World comes to mind. There was also Reincarnation of, that was held by Ocho Amusement Space in or Neo Amusement Space Ocho. I cannot speak right now. Neo Amusement Space Ocho in Kyoto used to run the team events for Uni as well. So it's like a nice callback to those events, because those events were really nice and they were truly born out of the arcades. But since the arcade scene for this game is not as thriving anymore, we didn't have those things anymore. So this event existing gave another opportunity to revisit those formats, and I think it was really, really well executed. The fact that they had the 3v3 in the first place, I think made this event even more enjoyable and like worth going to for the entirety of the weekend. Because not only can you get to team up with other people that also play Uni, but also you get to do it in a format where it feels like you make contributions on a team. I've said this about a number of times on FGC ECLA's podcasts, but I'm a big fan of team formats in fighting games, and I think more people should consider it or adopt it. Right? The thing is, not everyone likes having team formats because they like seeing who's the very best, who's the single best player, right? Because it's like, oh, it's nice for the entertainment or whatever. But I do think team events are some of the best things to be a part of. Anyway, what took place in the 3v3 event for Stormy Night Day 2 for me to have given it such high praise? These are the teams that you see in front of you. The teams that took place in the event. A total of 38 teams. Do the math. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of players. The likes, like in terms of like the standout teams that we see here, I mean, it's not even really like a point in going over the standout teams. We're gonna see some of the teams that made it far once we watch the VOD and stuff, but plenty of like teams that are kind of callbacks to old partnerships that were done in 3v3 tournaments of old at the arcades. Tommy, Ripu, Stawo is a team that comes to mind. Then this team pairing really was cool. It had a cool concept behind it. Ryusei, Bryce, and Mosen teamed up to make the Flight Brothers team. Basically, all 3 characters that can fly and run mix-up off their flight. Kuon and Merkava. And then I was also on a team, but I was on one of the teams that was made randomly. Let's put it that way. And my random team ended up including the developer himself, Kamone, right? So having him on the team, I was like, okay, this is an amazing opportunity. I've got to make sure to get the most fun out of this, right? Or like, you know, at least ask any questions I have about Uni 2. At least that's the way I saw it. You know, whether that's something that should have been done or not, up for debate. But I saw the opportunity, I went with it. Okay, guys. So that's what I did. The actual game dev, yes. The director himself, the battle planner and director. Yep. Ravo, the thing with Uni is that Uni is a very interesting indie game, even within the FGC, in that the developer interacts with like the community a lot, and also like is really active in his own game. Like he plays his own game quite a bit, right? But he wasn't, like, that being said, he's not like a tournament organizer in this case. So as long as he doesn't enter the event that's actually qualifying for the Arc World Tour, he can enter like the tournament that doesn't qualify for anything. So that's why he entered the 3v3, right? But I didn't realize he would enter as part of the random teams until I saw that he was on the team I was on, and I'm like, oh man, this is awesome. But yeah, he ended up playing Uzuki. The other teammate we had was Capybara, who's really active on Phonon these days. He's been streaming almost every day and playing a lot of Uni, so this was like a really nice team to be on. It was good. But yeah, the way the 3v3 worked, since there are so many teams, right? They split us all into separate blocks or pools, and we did a round robin against everyone that was in our pool. Each pool had, I think, 5 teams. 2 of the pools had 4 teams, though. I was in one of the pools that had 5 teams. We unfortunately finished dead last in our pool. We lost against every single team that we fought, but that's okay. The reason why that was okay, the teams that were in our pool were very strong. Let me try to go over the ones that we had in our pool. But oh yeah, one of the other teams in our pool was one of the intermediary teams. I forgot how this is read. I had just asked someone how this was read the other day. Asen 5 had a Dolphin, MGA, and Mobu Murabito. We ended up beating Dolphin and MGA, but no one on our team was able to beat Mobu Murabito. I was close to beating him, and as was another one of my teammates, but we couldn't end up beating them. And that was our best shot, I would say, because basically every other team was so good in our pool. Let me try to find where they are. Tsukibito, Hide, and Aramu. We faced this team on stream, and basically Tsukibito just reverse swept us. Or was it a reverse sweep? I don't think it was a reverse sweep, but it was effectively like a reverse sweep. It might have been a reverse sweep. Because yeah, we fought them on stream, and I think Capybara beat 2 of them and then almost beat Bito. But yeah, Bito, again, he finished top 8 in the singles tournament the day before. We knew what we were going into by facing them, and unfortunately we couldn't overcome the Landrikia. And after I had fought Bito, Kamone was the last one up to fight. Because the format, the way it worked, I should explain the format. So yeah, I already explained that it's pools. Basically, the top 2 teams of each pool advance to the next stage with the top 16. And the way it works is that each 3v3 match, you have someone do rock, paper, scissors. The one that wins the rock, paper, scissors got to choose the side that their team is on, player 1 side or player 2 side. And the losing team has to say to the winning team of the rock, paper, scissors which player they're going to send in first. And as you can see here, we all know every character, and we all know the characters that every player is going to play because it's character locked. This 3v3 is. So as long as we know what the player they're going to send in, then we know what character we're going to go up against as well. So the team that wins the rock, paper, scissors has a significant advantage. And what ended up happening, so Kamone, the developer, he ended up doing all of our rock, paper, scissors, right? And I think he won all rock, paper, scissors but one. So we had a good leg up against whatever team we went up against. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually end up mattering a lot of the time because most teams have a player they will always send in first no matter what, right? And which means it doesn't really matter if they win the rock, paper, scissors or not, if they have an idea of what player they're going to send in first always. And the reason why you would even want to do that is if you feel like you have a player that you always want to have anchor because they're the strongest player or whatever, then sending in the same player first every time can at least cover for whatever things that would go wrong if the opposing team, like, quote unquote, counterpicks the player that you always send in first. Because, you know, they won't know who you're sending in second or last, right? So, and the idea of having someone going in second is to be the momentum stopper, and then the anchor would be the one that closes it out if the first two players are unable to secure things smoothly. That's like the whole idea of the 3v3 strategy for sending in players, but I don't think every team necessarily followed that, because again, it just depends on how your team is formed. And how comfortable each player feels on that day. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, we faced Bito's team. We faced the team that had Miyagi Muteki. Where is that team? Let's see. Act. I think this is Act 3 Freeze. Miyagi Muteki and Yagi. But yeah, like the teams in our pool were so good, so it was going to be hard to make it out no matter what. And you know, I think we all played really well, and I think what really carried me on the 3v3 day especially was matchup knowledge rather than like execution or anything, because when I was doing well, it was when I was applying the things that were like to counter the character I was playing, rather than like doing any crazy non-assist stuff in particular. But that's not necessarily something you should do in first to one, because the 3v3 tournament is first to one for each head-to-head, like for each player head-to-head. So you don't really have time to like break down and investigate your opponent's habits. You really just gotta run your offense. You just gotta run your game on them, and that's something I failed to do. I was trying too hard to like look for openings to exploit on the opponent, and there's just not enough time for that in a first to one. But you can definitely tell that like the players in Japan thrive in first to one. That is what they have lived and breathed for a long time, because they knew exactly what like they needed to do in such an environment in order to win. Like there was no like holding back in terms of like, oh, I'm not gonna go for this, you know, cheese that if it doesn't work then I just get hard bodied or hard punished. Like no, they went for it, and it's like you got to deal with it, otherwise you're the one that's going to be in trouble. And it's, you know, if it doesn't work out, then what's the worst that happens? It's first one anyway. You got two other teammates that you can rely on, right? So I understand the philosophy, I think, but it's just difficult to apply when you're not used to it, you know. The other team, oh that's right, the other team was Shinonome, Koze, and Wako. Super strong team. I think actually when we fought this team, Shinonome Wildstein swept us, so we didn't even get a chance to fight against Wako and Koze. Well, we did. No, yeah, we didn't fight against Koze either. Yeah, but I will say that this team made it all the way to the grand finals. So that was a team from our block. So nothing to be ashamed of by getting swept by that team. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. The 3v3 was. These photos are from the 3v3 day. You get a sneak peek at what the setups look like Oh yeah, some earlier photos. This is the top 16. I was gonna basically write down all the characters that appeared in top 16, but I thought it was better to do for the top 8 for the 3v3. I did it for the top 16 of the singles tournament the day before, but not for the top 16 of the 3v3 since there's too many characters. But we were in Group C, and these are the two teams that made it from Group C. So yeah. Actually, wait, I don't even remember fighting Onku. Wait, did we even fight this team? I legitimately don't even remember. Huh. But I know for sure we fought Act 3 Freeze, Miyagi Muteki, and Yagi. I was the one that fought Yagi and lost to him, unfortunately. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, this is top 8. Top 8 had really good matches. This is our team, including the developer Kamone. And yeah, those are the photos from Stormy Night, I believe. Again, we'll be watching the VODs pretty soon, so no worries about that. But yeah, it was a great time. I think because of the, because of the nature of Kamone being in participation of this event, the press was covering a little bit of the 3v3. This is one of the photos that they took. Well, this was before we were about to play on stream, and we did the divide pose. Like, I know it looks like, we're saying like no, but I think ever since one of the climax of nights before COVID or something, there was a video where Kamone did like divide. Actually, it might have been before that. It might have been even before that, but that was the first time I saw it, at least. But it would be like divide with, your arms crossed like this and your hands facing up a little bit. So that was what we were doing in that photo. Yeah, and then this is the winning team of the 3v3. Shacho, Ohito, and Shimazaki. Really, this team is like Rings vintage, you guys. Like, this is so raw. I don't think a lot of people expected necessarily this team to be the one that won, but I was talking with Shimazaki the day before, and he was telling me like, I have to believe that I'll win. I will try my best to win. And I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. And he's like, no, you gotta try your best though. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you have a good team at least, And he's like, yeah, I'll just let Shacho Ohito carry. And that did end up happening to an extent, but it was so cool that Shimazaki actually ended up like sweeping in the grand finals. He was the one that swept the other team in the grand finals. And even before the grand finals, he had a pretty important set against I can't even remember who it was. It was a Lin player. But basically, like, he played really well when it mattered. So, everyone in this team made contributions, and Shacho and Ohito are really good. Like everyone in this team is really good, but Shacho and Ohito especially played extremely well that weekend. So it was good contributions made from all three of them. Okay, yeah, okay, so that's Stormy Night. Am I missing anything from Stormy Night before we talk about the VODs? Oh yeah, you guys. Okay, so this is the time to cover this right now, I think. Yeah, okay. So throughout Stormy Night, right? I mentioned you guys already that I chatted with a lot of people. What should I even have up while I'm talking about this? Should I have up my notes? Is that a good thing to do? I mean, it should be fine. Basically, you guys, I talked with a lot of people at Stormy Night, including, the North American players that also went, as well as some of the players that I didn't get a chance to meet before. I talked with Kita and then met Bangu and Agaruk. Also had a chance to talk with Ral again, as well as meet Mosin. And there are a couple of other people that I didn't name there that I met. But one of the most like one of the things that I should definitely not forget to mention is that, you know, because Kamone was on my team for the 3v3, I wanted to really make sure to ask him my my toughest, hardest questions on Uni 2. Because for those of you that don't know, I cannot consider Uni 2 to be my favorite version of Uni. Uni 2 is not a version of Uni I'm a big fan of. And it's not just the whole matchmaking issues that happened on release. A lot of problems I have with the gameplay right now. But anyway, so I wanted to make sure to ask Kamone what he thought about these things while I had a good chance to, right? And I didn't record any of these, I just took notes on what he said. So everything that I'm about to say here is very, very much paraphrasing what he said. Now, I will say Kamone's English is very good, and I think he was able to get across his points in a coherent manner. Language barrier still is present, of course, but I think he did really well, all things considered. And you can never be prepared for whatever someone's going to say to you, right? So it's worth mentioning that. But that being said, everything I'm about to say here is paraphrasing what he said. So do not take it as, oh, he said this. It is my interpretation of what he said in the moment. And I am now, like, I had to write it in notes form, right? And when I did it, when I wrote it in notes form, it wasn't even in the moment that I wrote the notes. It was like the evening after the event that I wrote it. So even more of a chance for, you know, some of the words to be mumble jumbled. So I just want to make that clear, right? Okay, anyway, but I do remember everything that I asked him, so that'll be no problem. But you know, some of the basic things I asked: his favorite character, right? The character that he likes the most in the game. It's Enkidu, which I believe he's been consistent on that one. There's no surprise about it. Enkidu is his favorite character. I asked him, and then right after that question, I asked him, you know, a question that's quite a bit of a jump from that, right? His opinion on the strongest character in Uni 2 right now. And this had a very in-depth discussion on its own, but a lot of what was said I'm not going to recite on this stream because I don't want to influence anyone's opinion or give a false sense of what might occur in future balance patches, because I don't want that to be the interpretation from this stream. But that being said, he brought up this character first, and that's where the conversation went along from there. But let me be clear, he brought up this character. He mentioned that a lot of people tell him that Kuon is very strong. That was what he said. And I, you know, tried to extend off of what he said, like try to, what's the word? I tried to go off of what he said from there, right? Like, yeah, I was like, yeah, Kuon is pretty good in tournaments, right? And he's like, yeah, specifically, you're right, like, yeah, specifically in tournaments, kind of thing. And you know, indeed, Kuon is very hard to block in tournament environments, because that's where you have to engage with him a bit more head on and deal with the flight nonsense. And it's a lot harder to do so when you know that you cannot make very many mistakes against him, right? In an elimination bracket. But anyway, point being, after I mentioned the clarification, or after I kind of prompted the, yeah, in tournaments he's indeed pretty good, that's when he went along with, yeah, specifically in tournament. And I didn't try to press further on Kuon in general, because again, the idea, the whole like basis of what he said in the first place was of what people were telling him. Like, And that might not necessarily have been his thoughts on who the strongest character is in the game, but if he wants to take an objective stance and say like, yeah, a lot of people tell him that this character is pretty good, then fair enough. But Kuon was the character that he mentioned there in the context of, yeah, a lot of people say to him that Kuon is really good. And I do agree, Kuon seems like a very, very strong tournament character, right? I think there's no arguing with that. Then here's where I kind of made the efforts at, you know, pulling off a classic lawyer leading question, where it was like, yeah, how do you feel about Yuzu? I think Yuzu is the strongest character personally. And he agreed that Yuzu is strong, but he had like a very specific asterisk to that point, in that he felt that she is hard to play, right? And I'm like, yeah, I agree. She is pretty hard to play. But she's a character that forces you to play her game, you know? And that I think he had trouble understanding what I meant by that. So I didn't try to super like clarify or go beyond that necessarily, because again, I knew what I was doing. It was going to be a leading question no matter what, right? So, but the thought offered there was whether Yuzu was the strongest character, because I felt that she's the strongest character in my opinion, right? But the only thing that I can say was a concrete enough answer that he gave was that he agrees that Yuzu is strong, but you know, that doesn't necessarily imply the superlative strongest, right? In a separate instance, because all those questions I mentioned just now were asked in the same instance. In a separate instance, I asked him, with the help of Google Translate, his thoughts on Landrikia. And this is where like the response was a bit more in depth. So, but once again, I'm still making it very clear that these are everything I'm about to say are based on notes I took from the conversation, not necessarily his exact words, right? But for sure he was saying like, and okay, sorry about the mumble jumbleness of these, everything I'm saying here. But again, the reason why I mentioned this being a separate instance is that this was after we were out of the 3v3, okay? The question from before, we were still in the 3v3. We hadn't yet played on stream though. The questions after, like from here on after, I asked him in one like sectioned off instance. It was after we played on stream, and it was after we were already out of the 3v3. And it's worth mentioning that when we played on stream, we got swept by Landrikia. So that's fresh on our minds, okay? The context does matter. I want to paint the full picture and not leave out anything, okay, guys? So here we go again, okay? He mentioned, I asked his thoughts on Landrikia with the help of Google Translate, and he said, yeah, he can do so many things. He has, and he mentioned specifically that he has a one button DP. He was having trouble figuring out the word for DP that we use for DP, but I was like, you know, Shoryu, right? And he's like, yeah, he has a one button DP. He can do so many things. He has high damage. He has good Okizeme off of everything. He has good corner carry. And he was saying, yeah, he can do so many things. And I'm like, okay, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even ask anything else beyond that. Like he gave me all of that without my even needing to, you know, press him further. So I was like, okay, yep, true. And this next question too was another question that was hard to ask. So again, I used the help of Google Translate for it. But I was asking how he felt about the slower nature of rounds of pre-Uni 2. I think I'm okay with pulling out the notes from here. Interesting, he brings up his force function out of everything amongst those. Yeah, I found that interesting too, Akio. Like, legitimately, that was something that he brought up himself. I didn't even like, you know, I didn't even mention the qualities that Landrikia has. That was something that he mentioned on his own. I basically just asked him his thoughts on Landrykia, and he was trying to figure out the word for DP. That was the only thing that I really butted in on while he was speaking, but everything else he said on his own. Okay, and yeah, you guys, I have my notes on the screen now, but again, these are all very rough, so keep that in mind. But I asked him about how he felt about the slower pace of pre-Uni 2 rounds compared to the faster paced ones in Uni 2, right? And he was saying that before the window for, and most of what he said in this response was in Japanese, so again, I needed translator help to understand. But he was saying that the window to tech throws before Uni 2 was too long, and it created a very passive nature in the game that seems hard for new players. That's the gist of what he was saying, right? And he's saying that now in Uni 2 though, combos are very long and do a lot of damage. So it's a very delicate and weird balance that he's trying to strike between allowing for different ranges of being able to play the game, and like as in like, you know, playing a passive oriented defense versus like, you know, going for your button mash like all the time and getting a lot of reward out of it, right? He said it's a very delicate balance that he's trying to strike with the game, and it's something that he doesn't want new players to be like strayed away by or like intimidated by. Those are things he mentioned. I think these thoughts were a little disconnected, but I think I understand the gist of what he was trying to say. And again, I don't want to fill in the blanks of anything that lies in between. So just making sure that I throw out all the things that he said, right? But and whether I agree with him or not does not really matter as far as the things that he mentioned. But I think the most important takeaway from this is that the one thing that he mentioned about it being a delicate balance, and I agree with that. It seems like any variables that they fine-tune for the game have a bigger impact on how the game is played than they might have expected. That's the sense I get, right? But I didn't press for any clarification on any individual comment that he made for this question, because it's a pretty hard question to answer on the spot. But it's worth emphasizing the point he made about the tech window being long in previous Uni versions. That was something that he mentioned pretty much right off the bat. Yeah, and obviously that's a notable change that was made in Uni 2, is making the tech window shorter. Okay, and then the question I asked him right after was, what kind of changes does he think the game needs from here? He said this question was too sensitive, so, you know, he's not going to answer it, right? So I'm like, okay, yeah, I think I've overstepped my boundaries with this one. So I dialed back on the questions like that pertain to like game balance from there. And I asked him, or not asked him, but I remarked that one of the things that I enjoyed most about Uni was how rewarding it feels to be able to make reads on your opponent around the cycle, and from there like form a game plan around that. And I felt like the grid system was well designed for being able to accomplish that, and that's something that I positively gained from playing Uni over the years, right? It seemed that he agreed that Uni's a game where you can make, you know, reads on your opponent and be rewarded for it, and it seemed like that was something that he expressed pleasure over having heard. I can't tell if he agreed or disagreed with it, because I didn't really ask it in a question form. It was more of like a general thought, but yeah, that was something that was said. I also mentioned that I think is a really positive point for Uni 2 is making guard thrust much better and much more usable. because I felt like in previous versions of Uni, it was very hard to, it was very hard to use guard thrust in the way that it seems to have been intended to be used. And, you know, fortunately, since early versions of Uni allowed for playing good defense anyway, or like at least allowing for good defense to carry you pretty far, guard thrust being bad didn't necessarily matter as much. But now that offense is very, very strong in Uni 2, guard thrust kind of needed to be good, right? Or needs to be better. So basically, I was saying that I'm glad that like changes were made to guard thrust to make it more usable. I should have mentioned this too, but the fact that meter is available in much more of an abundance matters a lot for being able to use guard thrust. Because you actually have more chances to be able to use it without feeling like you're behind on meter economy. But I didn't mention that. I should have mentioned that too. The meter gain point actually does tie into guard thrust pretty directly. Guard thrust being the power bunker motion also didn't help. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, it was, I think the input registration for 214D during block strings just didn't work straight up. like not even like the input being weird. I think it just wasn't able to be read correctly while you're in block stun a lot of the time, because there is a window for being able to guard thrust in Uni in general, and a lot of the time if you're trying to do the quarter circle back D input, it just wouldn't register in time while you're able to do the guard thrust. Let's say like your opponent does one Byakuya 2C, like obviously 2C has more block stun than something like a 2A, right? But you don't have enough time to actually get the 214D input out upon seeing that 1-2C. Unless you do it like literally right after you go into the block stun animation. So that was a big problem. Whereas 6ABC, I agree with you, is like much more natural to do like right after seeing one button, which, you know, it's not necessarily like, oh, they have to make that compatible with, you know, like what I mean is they don't have to make guard thrust possible to do after blocking literally one move, but if they want to make its applications more usable, then it's good that they change the input along with all the other things that they changed about it, like making it faster, and it not grid breaking you, like those things, because it's already punishing enough the input. It's already punishing enough how slow it is, and before it also used to grid break you or consume your vorpal. Like, it was just not worth it. You might as well just spend chain shift, right? But now it's like actually usable with all the changes that they made to it. Link for a dock. Hi there, Coster. This dock I won't link. The dock we're looking at right now, I won't link it directly, but I can link, how do I say this? I can link a revised version that's like that allows for people to actually read it on their own. If you want, I can do that. The doc we're looking at right now is just like my rough notes from the event, so that I wouldn't forget. Like, I needed to like write stuff down before I forgot, right? So I just wrote it down like really roughly, enough where I can like use them as talking points for today's stream. But it's not really like in a form that I would consider readable. So okay, you want, okay, sure thing. Yeah, I'll kind of rearrange and revise these to be more readable then after the stream though. Once I do that, I'll probably link it in the description so that it'll be easy for people to access. But yeah, cool, I'll do that then. Again though, don't take this as, yeah, sounds good. Don't take this as like words straight out of Kamone's mouth, okay? Like, again, these are all paraphrasings, and these are things that were said, how to say it? These were like things that were said like off the cuff, right? Like, he's not saying this in an organized, prepared interview or anything. So it's worth emphasizing that, right? But these are still like the general sentiments that he expressed. Okay, another thing that I took a note on for some reason, because maybe I forgot to do it or whatever, but I did not ask him his thoughts on the weaker characters, nor on other characters that people considered to be high power level, namely Carmine, Hyde, and Seth. I know a lot of people think pretty highly of Carmine, Hyde, and Seth's power in this game, and I do too. I am in the same boat, but I didn't ask him any of those characters, because then it would be clear that I have an agenda or whatever. That would be more appropriate for the feedback form that they sent out. But because I think Lond and Kuon are direct results. I mean, so is Carmine, I guess. But like Lond and Kuon are like direct products of the Uni 2 changes overall. Like the change in Uni 2's ecosystem directly favors Lond in an extraordinary way. Same with Carmine, to be fair. And then Kuon is like a character that was made for this game, made for Uni 2. So I think I had a good reason for asking those since they were on the top of my mind at the time. But trust me, I wasn't like purposely forgetting Hyde and Seth. I just didn't ask him about them. Okay, so along with those questions I asked him, I played a lot of casual sets against Kamone. I think this is where we don't need to look at the notes as much anymore, because again, we got through all the interview-oriented stuff that I wanted to make sure to ask him. But again, don't worry, I'll write down all of the stuff that I had asked him on in a separate doc. But yeah, I played a lot of casual sets against him before the 3v3 and after the 3v3, and it was mostly for some more Uzuki practice, because I had told him already that I had not played against Uzuki that much, let alone knew what she did. So we played a lot. He was saying that my defense and like general gameplay is strong, like in terms of playing for the cycle and being patient, but he wasn't talking from the perspective of my Nanasa, because I know my Nanasa is whack. Like I don't do Nanasa stuff. A lot of Nanasa players, especially in NA, they'll like run the Nanasa grind, right? Oh yeah, sorry, I missed this comment. Lon and Karma, the two, have benefited massively. Yeah, thank God for a constraint nerf at least. Yeah. It's kind of absurd how much Carmine benefited from Uni 2 changes, and on top of that, they like buffed him a bunch. So it's pretty insane. But I definitely think they're direct beneficiaries as well. But yeah, basically, I don't like run the Nanasa stuff, right? I know a lot of people like try to establish the mini game of tornado dive and all, and you know, using the Milia tandem top move, disc, whatever it's called, to set up throws and stuff. But I've been playing a very basic Nanasa basically this whole trip, or I had played a basic Nanasa this whole trip, not really doing anything particularly special, right? So I know I need to work on that, but also I hadn't been working on anything Nanasa specific to begin with in the lead up to this trip. So it's pretty understood why that would be something that he wouldn't comment on, I would say. But basically, the whole reason of my mentioning this, because, you know, I'm not trying to like say like, oh wow, Kamone complimented, whoa. That's not the purpose of mentioning this. The purpose of mentioning this is I do think that Kamone has an eye for his own game, and he's well versed with understanding the game of how it's played at high level play. Why am I even bothering to mention that the developer knows his own game? It's like, wow, the developer knows his own game. Crazy. Well, there's a good reason for this. There are plenty of other fighting games out right now where I feel like the developers actually don't even understand their own game, or maybe just don't care about their own game competitively. Nudge Nudge Wink Wink starts with an S, ends with an E. It's a Guilty Gear game. I don't think the developers understand that game. But that's a separate thing. Basically, I'm saying that Kamone understands Uni. And whether that's reflected in the changes that have been made in Uni 2 is up for debate. But in terms of the way he takes into account player feedback and discusses some of the changes that are made, especially in regards to the system changes. Because I think basically every system change, except for the increase of damage to IW and just increasing damage across the board, I think every system change has been pretty solid in Uni 2. I guess also the meter gain changes have been weird. But I can't really think of system changes that are just bad for the game. Like, everything has generally felt like this is the right direction. Guard thrust being better, grid gain being fine-tuned, veil off not being a complete uninteractive mechanic where you just remove your opponent's vorpal. Orange CVO being a bit more distinct and defined. Oh yeah, DBFZ and Strive had interesting changes that fell out of touch. Yeah. I forgot about DBFZ, but yeah, it's like the developers don't even understand their own game. Yeah. So it is something to be said when the developer actually has a solid understanding of their game. Like, trust me, I'm not saying like a non-ish. I'm not saying a non-point by bringing this up. And it's also worth pointing out that at the Stormy Night event during the 3v3, Kamone was there after we got eliminated. It's not like he just went away, because there was nothing to announce. There's nothing for him to announce on the 3v3 day. In terms of the official ArcSeas event, that was all day one, so he didn't have to be there day 2 after we got eliminated. But he stuck around the whole time still after we got eliminated, even after we played the casuals and stuff. He stuck around and he watched the entirety of the top 16 that took place on stream. He was talking with Clearlamp most of the time, pretty much the whole time actually. He was sitting and talking with Clearlamp, and they were talking about certain things that were taking place in the matches. I couldn't understand everything, but even the stuff I could understand, I'm not necessarily gonna, gossip about it. But I will say that there are a couple of moments that where Lin, darn it. Let me pull it up. I gotta pull this up. We're gonna watch the VOD again because this stream is long, right? But there are a couple of moments where it was when Handsome Lad's team was up. Cap and Sugar, Nephros, and Deeps were playing, and that's a team with 2 Lin players, right? whenever they would go for the 5C delay 2C thing, like the mix-up, basically what people say it's 50-50. I don't believe that it's 50-50, but admittedly I haven't labbed it enough anyway. But yeah, every time they went for that, and people were like either getting opened up by it or went for, I think Shimazaki went for a guard thrust on it. Like they were giggling. It was pretty funny. Like they were having a funny time about that. So I think Kamone knows something's up about that, and you might have made a mistake or something. I don't want to read into it super hard, but that's the sense I got. Okay. Yeah, and when I was asking Nephros about it more, he said a lot of players during the 3v3 were just VOing or were like backdashing, or they were trying to do something to get out of it. They weren't trying to go for blocking against it. Like they would spend VO or spend guard thrust. Apparently that was a regular occurrence throughout the day. That's hilarious to me. Thought I'd point that out because that was the subject of discussion among Kamone and Clearlamp while they were watching the 3v3. It's fuzzyable. You've heard it was 4 frames at smallest, but you haven't tested it yourself. You definitely say it's mad hard though. Ain't no nausea dash moves. Yeah. When I was talking with Nephros on Monday of this week, literally 2 days ago, he was saying that it was fuzzyable, and he gave that same 4-frame number. And when I was playing against him, I was able to do the fuzzy a couple of times, but it's really, really hard. I agree. It is really, really hard. Like, it is fuzzyable, or it feels fuzzyable at least. I need to like try it out a little more to be comfortable with it. It seems like it's fuzzyable, but it's a matter of whether you can do it consistently in a match. Like every time that they go for it, can you remember to do the fuzzy within the right amount of time, right? So that is a big deal. So even if it's not like 50-50, it doesn't make it any less legit. But it does make it funny that like a lot of the players that weekend were going for guard thrust, and they were going for guard thrust and what's it called, VO on the 5C. Like that's how you know. I mean, it is first to one, to be fair, so you never want that to be the thing that you get eliminated by. But yeah, it gets really hard, especially considering mental stack, and it doesn't help that the reward from both options is really good. That's the real issue, isn't it? Like charged 5cc is a super good starter. 2c is a good starter. I think that's the real issue. It's not even the fact that it's like a really hard to block set of moves to get mixed up by. It's the fact that like you're put in a bad position no matter what. Because, you know, it's a different story when it's like, oh, the low does less damage than the high or whatever, right? Like it's like, okay, then it becomes like an RPS with bias, kind of. You could think of it that way. Like you can try to cover more options from the low or whatever. But the fact that you're like in a bad position no matter what is horrible. And people like Uni 2 is a combo game, okay? Like Uni 2 is a combo game. You are the damage you're taking from singular interactions is the game. Is the game. Like that is at its core the game. The free stream on Lin. Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty funny, isn't it? Getting destroyed by Nanase. If it were lower damage, you'd think it'd be less hated upon. Yeah. That is the toughest part, I think. You're just in a bad position no matter what. And again, people have optimized Lin combos so much better now. So you are taking every bit of damage that you can possibly take. Plus it's Uni 2, where damage is pretty high. Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry. I'm losing my train of thought right now. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, actually that was it. That was the only point from there. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, let me quickly shift gears to my Uni 2 thoughts, and I can pull up the doc for this again. Because I do want to give my thoughts on stream briefly, and then I'll do a video on this. So this part of the stream is not intended to be cut into a video, but it'll kind of precursor what I'll be doing a video on down the line, which is the state of Uni 2. So also Nephros was malding at the fact that the wiki said Lin had bad damage when he's been massacring you with good damage for years now on Lin. Yeah, Lin's damage is perfectly fine. Are you kidding me? I think it's because people have done bad combos with Lin for a long time. Let's be real. People were doing bad combos. Her damage is really good. And I would say the same thing for Nanase. Nanase's damage is fine as well. People say Nanase's damage is low. People just do awful combos, myself included, by the way. But I haven't really been labbing the game, so I have a good reason for that. But people have been doing really bad combos with Nanase for a long time as well. Nanase's damage is fine. Like, and if anything, I kind of got reassured that her damage was good at the Stormy Night weekend, because I was watching a lot of Stawo play, Sutawo, and his combos are insane, by the way. But he was outputting like real damage with the character, like consistent, close to 3.3, 3.8, like within that range. And you're getting hit by like 2A and taking 3.2, for example. It's pretty crazy. So, and when I say 3.2, I mean like without meter, without Vorpal, etc. But yeah, general Uni 2 thoughts. I think the takeaway from Stormy Night weekend, again, a lot of people went into Stormy Night thinking that, oh yeah, NA's pretty hot. Like, we're the hot stuff, right? Especially after Climax of Night. Like, NA's pretty good. We caught up to Japan. Like, I do think that we are very close to Japan's best at this point, right? But I still wouldn't say that NA overall is better than Japan. I think Japan's difference is that they have a lot of specialist players that are very experienced with their respective character. And I can give off a number of examples. Suteneko Mika is a great example of it. Sahara Chaos. I don't think Sahara plays Chaos that much anymore, so that might not be the best example, but there's also Sero Chaos. There's well, Notes is still gapping a lot of other Carmines, although the gap is not as big as it used to be, let's put it that way. And part of the reason for that is Carmine's ridiculous right now. So you don't really need to be as good to be good with them anymore. Watanebe Shacho's Waldstein, that's like the perfect example of a specialist. He is Waldstein in his hands is not the same character as Waldstein in anyone else's hands, from what I can tell. Mawaru's Hilda is still pretty far ahead, but I think people will catch up after seeing what he was able to do at Stormy Night weekend. I think people can easily catch up. But he does have a level of control and matchup knowledge that I think a lot of other players don't necessarily have, but it wouldn't be hard to do what he's doing necessarily, at least with as far as what he does with Hilda as a character. Different story when it comes to like matchup, how he plays matchups, but that's always going to be a different story anyway. Let me pull up the wiki so that I don't forget other characters. But basically what I'm trying to say is that I think Japan has a lot of specialists. Oh, right, Batista. Wako Batista and no, yeah, just Wako Batista. Wako Batista is really good. Like, dare I say he's like better than the way he used to play. At least at the end of Unist. I think at the end of Unist, there were other Batistas that were definitely catching up. But the way Wako played this weekend, I think, definitely reminded me of how he used to play, like, during the arcade days of Uni. The character's still very, very good. Basically, every Oria player in Japan is super, super good. I will say that, according to Mosen, when I talked with him, there's some matchup knowledge gaps still that some of the JP Orias have. But that's not to say that they're like bad with Oria. That's more so like they just didn't have knowledge on some of the new characters, like Kuon, for example. Apparently Ryu just did not know what Kuon did. So he lost pretty badly to Mosen. There were a couple of Tsurugis I fought in casuals at Stormy Night that were really good. And I think Tsurugi is still a character that is still not being respected. Like, he's not amazing, like, necessarily, right? Because the power creep issue in Uni 2. He's not amazing, but he's fine. Like, he's more than capable still. And the Tsurugis I fought in casuals were still scary enough, I would say. A couple of Kaguya players I fought were really good, especially Neji. Or, I said Neji, D-Terror. But I think D-Terror is not running... Like, he's running Kaguya, but he's not running a Kaguya that has a lot of experience with Uni, I would say. So there is still that gap, I guess, but yeah. Tommy is still running Byakuya and is still really strong. In fact, Tommy got top 16 in the singles tournament with Byakuya, which I think people have kind of been doom posting about Byakuya now, right? Like a no future character. Because there are so many characters that do what he does, but better now. Seems like he's still good enough. Good Japanese Kaguyas. Let me pull up a player list. I don't think any of the best Kaguyas were in attendance. I guess no, because I think Neji's playing Uzuki. Oh, come on. That's not how you spell it, right? Is he here? Yeah, Neji's playing Nizuki. So there wasn't really much Kaguya representation at Stormy Night. Kamone, you coward, buff Wagner. No, Wagner's in top 8. Dude, Wagner's fine. Are you kidding me? Storm Claymore. Wagner's fine. Can't lie, the only Kaguya you really know is Lid, but you're not that in touch anymore. Yeah, I think Kaguya, like ever since Uzuki came out, some of the Kaguya players switched to Uzuki. In Japan, at least. Yeah, bro, let Wagner CS your BDP again. Yeah. But no, Wagner's fine, dude. I think Onku Wagner had a really good showing this past weekend at Stormy Night. There was another player too. I can't remember their tag, but I was watching them play. But Wagner's completely fine. They gave her so many buffs, it's crazy. They gave her so many buffs that when I was talking with some of the players at the after party of Stormy Night, they were saying that Wagner's neutral is like good now. And I still don't think Wagner neutral is... Well, okay. I should say I still think Wagner's neutral is the weakest component to her gameplay. But the fact that people are saying her neutral is good now means she is like completely fine. So if you play me right now and lose, that means Wagner is not fine, not a skill issue for you. I mean, if you want to be carried, play like Laundrikia or something like that. Wagner top 2 of Con? Yeah, exactly, Red Blade. Oh, okay, well, Red Blade at Con is like a completely different beast, let's be fair. Red Blade at Con is like, you know he's getting second place at minimum. What's made people change their mind on Wagner's neutral then? I don't know. I don't even know. I think people were talking about her new force function moves and the fact that 214C is also plus on block now. I think those are the main things they're mentioning. I don't think those things change how I would rate her neutral substantially enough though. +214C +1 on block. Change the feature's pretty good at least. You don't think it makes a huge difference either? Yeah, agreed. I mean, like, again, the things that you do with Wagner and neutral are still just about the same. You're still looking to create whiff punishes or preemptively get your way in, right? It's the same thing at the end of the day. Dive kick 2-2C as well. Yeah, okay, yeah, that is true, kind of. Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, those are things that you're still able to do before. Like, that didn't really change in Uni 2. I guess dive kick got better, but I don't know. I still feel like it's her weakest part of her game, which is not even a bad thing. Like, that's a character like that. It's fine if neutral is the weakest part of your game, because when you get in, you're gonna destroy people anyway, and your defense is super good. Like, your defense is like, it's actually completely fine if you're blocking, if that means you're in range 0 of your opponent, because that's where your best tools are. 5 frame, A normals, insane 5B, 6B, -C. Your DPs are both really good. Her throw game got better. Well, maybe not better from Uni Claire, but no, I mean, technically, if you just look at how throws changed, throw checking changed in Uni 2, it technically did get better. But anyway, yeah. Before I get off track, the point I was trying to make is that JP has a lot of specialist players, which I think is still rings true, because something that I think was very telling about, okay, let me pull this. Twitter's been very interesting to say the least lately. So let me just pull it up on a separate screen. But I did a count on the different character representation of characters in the top 16 of the singles tournament on Stormy Night, and we can see that there were 3 Hydes, 2 Kuon, 2 Seth, 1 Byakuya, 1 Carmine, 1 Eltman, 1 Hilda, 1 Lin, 1 Landrika, 1 Oria, 1 Batista, and 1 Waldstein. A lot of different characters showed. I think this is 16 characters in total. Or, 16 characters, duh. I really said 16 characters, yikes. This is 12 characters in total. In 12 unique characters out of 16 players. Which is really impressive. Like, for Uni 2 is a balanced game, but I would not expect this in Uni 2. But I think it's more of a testament to the distribution of character specialists in Japan, as opposed to Uni 2 being a balanced game. Like, I think that's the conclusion to take from here. Not necessarily that Uni 2 is balanced. I mean, Uni 2 is balanced, which was part of why this was possible. But Japan has a lot of specialist players. So that's the bigger reason, in my opinion. Byakuya in F tier and you play Uni again cannot be Happy Chaos in another anime game. Alright, Storm Claimer, I'm not going to respond to that one. Did you skip explanation of Oria popularity in Japan? So Oria, Japan has a lot of Oria players that are really good at the game, and like they're being good at the game goes hand in hand with their being good at Oria. Like there's like overlap between that. So like, some players I can think of. So there's Koze, who's active, Ryu, Nishine, Gutsu, and I think Nanashio is still playing too. Those are all like pretty solid Oria players that are active in Japan right now. And Oria is a good character in Uni 2 as well. But especially the fact that Steer Ender exists, I think stabilized a lot of what she had issues with before. And also the fact that 623B is a real DP now helps a lot. I mean, there are obviously some other things, but there's some like minor changes that had massive impact for Oria to be good in Uni 2. Also, it's a bit of your opinion. You'd say the character strength in Under Night is closer together than most other fighting games at this point in time. At this point in time. But it definitely feels like it's lost some of that in 2. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Uni 2 just has power creep issue. Plain and simple. And we're going to talk about that in a video of mine later on. But yeah, like I think this is like the result of buffing characters for too long. Like, we're starting to see the effects of that now. Because it's not just you're buffing characters, you're also still making changes to the system along with those buffs. So the system, yeah, despite the fact that you're buffing these characters over and over, the system changes at some point are gonna be the effective nerfs, right? As an example, we can call the change where 5A kills objects a system change. And that really, really hurt Chaos because he didn't get enough buffs to compensate. Lost some of the broader character representation, you used to say, actually? Yeah. Mostly the older characters that got mega good, not the DLC ones. Kuon is also there, but you know, yeah, Kuon is like an exception. Because Kuon was made with like Uni 2 in mind, I would say. Whereas with the other new characters, they just kind of made them, you know. Kuon was like... Kuon, you know, I have a feeling that Kuon was meant to be released in Uniclair. I don't know, this is super cope and probably shouldn't be even like said on stream, but whatever. I feel like Kuon might have been intended for Uniclair, and then of course Uniclair didn't get as many characters as it could have had otherwise because they were focused on rollback, right? I don't know. Kuon was definitely made for the system changes that were in Uni 2. And this is the nerfed Kuon, by the way. Kuon with a couple of nerfs from the recent patch. But I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Okay, but yeah. Anyway, I spent too long on that point. I'm so sorry, guys. We're not going fast enough. How much time are we? It's only been 2 hours so far. Honestly, better than I thought. I thought I would be yapping for like 4 hours about the trip, and then we'd only have a couple of hours to watch the VODs. But we're okay right now. The stream will probably go for the rest of the evening. Yeah, so okay, anyway. I think another thing that I had generally thought about my time there was that patience is not the name of the game played in Japan. Which I think this is just a general Uni 2 thing. It's not even just in Japan, but Japan especially, the players don't really block. Like, they block long enough to not get hit, I guess. Not just like throw the game. I'm not saying they like mash on wake up or something, but I'm saying like they don't miss the first chance that they get to press on your minus frames. I don't know how else to describe it. Basically, but what I was trying to conclude was that the idea is to overwhelm the opponent with lots of information that makes it difficult for them to feel comfortable on defense. So basically you keep like just like I don't want to use the word knowledge checks, but you use the knowledge checks like in tandem with another Izet lane stream. Let's go. Yes. Yeah. You use like basically I shouldn't say knowledge check, but like basically like you use things that produce fear, right? So as an example, Laundrika's Rekkas. You have to keep blocking low and high, right? You have to pay attention basically, right? So they're paying so much attention to that it can cause them to be less effective at executing the answers to other things that you do later on. And another thing too would be Hyde's pogo stick. Hyde's pogo stick, you get hit by it, you take a bunch of damage because it's a good starter. So now you're kind of like jailed in place because you're scared of getting hit by it. So now you get hit. Now that like puts you in a position to stay put for the Rekka mix-ups. I don't mean like mix-ups as in like, oh, double overhead or whatever. I mean like in terms of whether he's gonna delay the Rekka to catch a green shield, or whether he just goes for all the Rekkas right away and then like not all the Rekkas right away, but like goes for the third Rekka, which is usually the one that people get caught by if they're not gonna block at some point during the Rekkas, right? The A Rekka. And then, you know, get the conversion off there from CS or from EX Pogo Stick. Basically, there won't be any hesitation to get straight to like the grimy things that each character has access to. Like there's no like real like slow build up to the way Japanese players try to open up people, or the players that I play against try to open up people. The sense I got is like they try to do like an accelerated manner of running their character's game plan and getting straight to that as soon as they can. And one of the examples I typed here was Lin's 5C, 5C, 2C mix-up, right? So you're kind of getting at the fact that Japan likes showing a lot of options immediately to overwhelm or something. Yeah, that's a good way to summarize it. Like basically, what's an exact example? When I played, I knew exactly what I knew exactly the fear I felt when Senaru, yes, when I played against Senaru, right? I cannot even think of. It's kind of ironic that I'm even saying this because Senaru didn't really go for the dash C stuff with Eltnum. But if anything, Senaru was very quick to do like the 2-2A frame traps layer 1 to see if like I would press, right? And that's a very like uncomfortable thing to have to deal with as the layer 1, because if you're mashing, like let's say you're mashing early on on Elnum's pressure, not a good idea, right? But come on, Elnum didn't have any purple bullets at the time. Like, it's reasonable to do it, right? But if you're mashing early on Elnum's pressure, Sonaru is very quick to already have done the 2-2A frame traps without purple bullets. So you get hit by that, and that's an expensive lesson to learn that you need to be conditioned by, right? So right away you're conditioned to block for a little longer on his block strings, and then you'll start going for what's it called? The assault 63A stuff, like basically the TKDP stuff that Elnum has, because that catches OSs, right? Because then you're like, okay, fine, I will block a little bit longer so that I can get a chance to OS with the throw tech or whatever, right? And that's when he goes for the 63 to OS the throw tech. And that's another thing that you can say is another strong offensive card that Elnum could use early on, right? So those are two examples of things that he'll try to do to overwhelm you immediately, and not really. He's not really going to be like, oh, I'm going to do 2A, 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 2A. Like, you know, he's not waiting to see what you do like in a raw sense. He's just throwing out the Elnum tools that interface with you, but in a very riskless way that still allows him to overwhelm you and eventually condition you and put you exactly where he wants you to be in terms of defending. Sonaru was one of those players that I fought against that was like that. Who was another player? Shacho was another such player, but Shacho, I think it makes sense for Walston to do this because that's literally his game plan, since he's a grappler. But that's also the way he played. He especially played like this because there wasn't any moment that it felt like Shacho was doing something that didn't have a purpose. Like, Shacho was ready to catch basically everything, even when you didn't realize that you could get caught there. Like, if you're literally about to do an airborne move or like about to do an assault, he already caught you with J214C, or not 214C, J214X. So like, that's a very hard thing to deal with and understand how to approach the neutral any longer. And I'm not sure if that was as evident in the Stormy Night matches, because his Stormy Night matches on stream, it made it seem like he was actually like very patient on defense and blocking a lot, right? But he is doing a lot of different actions at isolated moments that it's kind of hard to tell what exactly he's like looking for or trying to catch out. But when you look more closely, he's basically trying to call out as many things as possible with singular moves. That kind of makes it feel that their layer 1 is already some, or most people's layer 2 might be a product of having that many character specialists, if you think about it. Yeah, I think the point about having layer 2 as their layer 1 is exactly what it would be, because it's like why would you feel the need to like start doing 2-2A frame traps right away? Because you lose your turn, right? I mean, barely, it's not like a big deal, but you lose your turn after you do it. So it's like, man, you got to feel confident that they're really going to be pressing this early on into your pressure. But basically, the sense I got is that they're so used to playing against each other where oftentimes they're not blocking, right? They're not blocking a lot against each other. They're very antsy and eager to start pressing buttons. Especially, I can say this for a fact, when I played Miyagi Muteki, Mate does not block, okay? Mate actually does not sit still for any given amount of time that's long. I had to really, really work hard. I think the one time where it felt like he was actually sitting still and blocking was when I played against him at Lucy on Monday, 2 days ago. And that was in the random 2v2. That wasn't even in Stormy Night or in the casuals. Or like, I played him first at Tatakai Tuesday last week. But it just felt like I could not get him to sit still. Every time the block string's about to be over, he would either go for dash C or rise JA or dash block and then like 2A, delay 2A, right? Like, it never felt like I could get him to sit still and just you know, like run a comfortable, steady flow of offense, right? But even when Miyagi Muteki was running offense, some of the things that he would do early on were incorporating the A-Rekka into block strings, even without having CS available. He would start incorporating the A-Rekka and see if I could deal with like the mini game around that, right? And then also going for what's it called? Shadow Scare pressure resets, the 2-2x pressure resets. But maybe that's just how you're supposed to play Hyde, because I did see a lot of other JP Hydes do that. And I haven't really played against Hydes in NA as much. Like, when I played against Miyagi Tech, it was like that. When I played against B-Men, it was like that. I also played against Trista Hyde. All three of them played very, very similarly. The differences I could see between each of them were mainly in how they defended. Trista was very, very patient on defense. B-Men would play a bit like in between of active defense and passive defense. So in between like Miyagi Teki and Trista. And Miyagi Teki like would almost never be blocking for a long period of time. So it's pretty interesting. But in terms of the way they all ran the offense, it was very, very similar. Like it would just be straight to cutting the chase with the Hyde mini games, and not really like, oh, I'm gonna run the standard 2-way pressure with a couple of frame traps in there, like, you know, 2A 2C or like charge 5C, look for green shields. I didn't really see any of them try to scout out green shields directly, which I found interesting. It was always just running their characters, like running game plans around their character specific grime. So yeah, I think we're at the point in Uni 2 where it just might be better to not really take into high account interfacing with your opponent and, you know, playing like classic strike thrower kind of something like that. Like maybe you do just have to deliver the onslaught of your character's tools and see how much your opponent can take. It's just kind of a rude awakening, you know? Yeah, so that's a mouthful of a point, but I think it was well summed up by Akio in the chat, so I'm glad that you guys are at least able to understand a little bit of what I'm saying. Speaking is hard. Another thing, we already hinted at this. It's kind of jarring to hear that, but it makes sense. Yeah, it's just not, it's not soothing at all. Because like my whole appeal of playing Uni is like, yeah, I get to like read my opponent and really get into their head, right? In a strike throw manner. But it seems that you don't really need to do that. Especially in Uni 2. Like to translate this in non-to speak for myself, it would be like basically doing more 214B mini games. Like, you know, max range tornado, max range dive, doing more disc setups, that kind of thing. But it goes to show how, you know, how many things a lot of characters can do. That's for sure. Yeah, the game is balanced, but I don't think game balance is the sole contributing factor to a healthy competitive game, right? And again, I'm going to talk more about this in the video, so we don't have to go too deep into it. But basically, I think Uni 2 has a power creep problem. It's caused a lot more volatility in player performance, and this is not inherently bad necessarily, because there are players that have risen to the occasion in this environment. We see a lot of consistent performances still from players like Mosin and Sonaru and Kyo as well. Well, Kyo wasn't in the singles tournament for Stormy Night, but he still played pretty well, all things considered. He's still playing Gordo in this tournament, so like, man. I know he's been playing Kuon more recently, but at Stormy Night he played Gordo in the tournament, from what I can tell. But yeah, I think there's still some volatility in performance, not in terms of like overall results. Yeah, Kyo Gordo is always a treat. Yeah, oh my goodness, highly agree. It's nice that we might be able to see that at Arc Simulator's World Tour still, because from what I can tell, he's not fully sold on playing Kuon. So we might still be able to see his playing Gordo at the AWT World Finals, which is nice. Because I know that Crimson Crusader is having second thoughts right now. He said he wants to pick up Nanase, which is like, okay, fair enough. But yeah, but I mean volatility in terms of like how easy it is to lose a round off of minimal interactions. I don't mean in terms of overall like place finishing in the tournament, because at the end of the day, top players are still finishing really high in tournaments. But you make like a bad judgment in neutral, and it just snowballs really hard in the Uni 2, especially against the best characters, and even against characters that are not the best. Characters like it's not Carmine. Characters like Merkava and Nanase can still like completely steamroll off of just getting the one hit, the one opening. Especially Merkava though. The baseline power level that characters need to meet in order to output a stable, consistent threat in a tournament environment is really high. And I think that's where characters like Enkidu and Akatsuki and Mika are starting to suffer again. It's not because they're bad characters. Trust me, they're very good, all three of them. But is their game plan stable enough to constantly be a threat against characters that are the best in this game right now? Are you really going to tell me that Akatsuki is more consistently of a threat compared to Yuzu, who literally plays a different game than every other character? You know what I mean? So it's rough. And I think that's the true power difference. Because despite all we've been saying about Uni 2's balance being good, we still haven't seen an Akatsuki player make it really far in recent tournaments. Like, what I mean by really far is like top 8 or high top 16 or something like that. So the fact that you have to reach like a certain baseline level now to be a constant threat in bracket environments, I think has caused certain characters to kind of fall out of favor. And it's also been the equalizer for certain characters to excel above others in an otherwise balanced environment. Because yeah, this game is balanced, right? A lot of characters are good, but it's a lot more valuable to have a character whose game plan is all about like running the mix, like, you know, Kuon or Hilda, or in some cases Seth. But I mean, Seth is kind of like the worst of that example because he has low health, right? But he's still really good at winning off of the one interaction that he gets a combo off of, because from there it just snowballs, similar to how these other good characters can snowball off their one good hit. Carmine, great example of it. Laundrikia, probably the best example of it, etc. A thing with that is that DP safe Oki is also more common now, and quite a few of those at the top have really good, often DP safe Oki. And DPs in general in Uni have just been so risky to do, right? So the fact that they are becoming even riskier is not super. It's not relieving. It's not relieving any. VO is still an option, and VO is faster. In fact, VO is kind of still really good, to be honest. But it goes to show that the nerfs to it were necessary. It's like, why was it ever better than this? But yeah, I agree. Yeah, and we mentioned the characters that are best examples of this. Basically, the thing about the best characters in the game, the top 5 in my opinion, Yuzu, Lond, Kuon, Hyde, Carmine, their flaws are not significant enough where you can exploit them to a meaningful degree consistently in a bracket. Consistently is the keyword. All these characters, what do they have in common? Their game plan revolves around interacting the least amount possible with you. Interacting the least amount possible. I don't even mean like, oh, playing strike throw, which is so interactive and so uni. I don't even mean that. I mean like once they run their game plan, like once they're in their element, they have no need to take into consideration a lot of the options that you would do, because you have to be the first one to deal with what they have. So in the case of Hyde and Neutral, you have to be the one to deal with 2FF. Like, you have to have the answer first and foremost in order to interact with Hyde at all. Carmine, after you get hit once, you have to be the one to get around his absurd corner pressure. And even with the corner pressure, even with the corner pressure existing, it's not the scariest part about Carmine. Because then there's the fuzzies. And the fuzzies do a bunch of damage too, and they loop into each other. Because he builds a lot of meter. Laundrikia just does so many things. Like, it's not even worth singling out one thing. He just does everything. He's Laundrikia is the dream character. He's like the custom OC character of a fan of Uni. In Uni 2 at least. She does everything. Anyway, other characters that are able to meet this baseline right can still perform quite well, but from what I could tell, especially during the weekend, they either might require a bit more effort to pilot or have flaws that are a lot more severe. Yeah, forcing the issue onto others is really a common trend among them. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to deal with it. You have to deal with it first before you even get to play against the other characters. And Yuzu just does that the whole game. If Yuzu is interacting with you, that means the Yuzu player messed up. Like, legitimately. The Yuzu player is making mistakes if you're able to get in on Yuzu. Because I still think if the Yuzu player plays correctly, you can't get in on her. For most characters, that is. For most characters. I'm not saying Yuzu never has a 5-5 matchup, but like, it's not significant enough. Like, you don't get to exploit her flaws significantly enough for it to matter that much, because she's so consistently good at running her game plan. We've known it all along. Yuzu's only flaws are players. Yes, exactly. Like, when Yuzu loses, it really doesn't feel like you outplayed Yuzu. It feels like, oh, the Yuzu player actually kind of messed up. And that's how they got in. Or that's how you got in against them. On paper, there's no reason that any character should be able to get in against Yuzu. There's obviously ways other characters can challenge Yuzu. But even against those characters and those matchups, Yuzu has another way of adjusting her game plan against those characters. Like Phonon, she can adjust her game plan against Phonon. She can adjust her game plan against Merkava. It's not like she has to do anything that makes her worse against those characters. Yes, those characters have a better fighting chance against Yuzu because they have range that connects into Yuzu much better. But it's interesting, isn't it, that these characters that have a range better suited for challenging Yuzu are not among the top 5 and probably not even in like the top 10. Let's be real. They're probably not even in the top 10. Are Phonon and Merkava even in the top 10 of characters in this game? Maybe not. Maybe not. I'll probably put Eltnum, Hilda, Wagner, Oria. I would probably put all 4 of those characters before Phonon and Merkava. But anyway, like, let's not get into that. Point being, these 5 characters kind of render a lot of things unimportant about the balance of this game. Okay, before anti-ROS was kind of really bad, but now she has 2F. Yeah. I still don't understand why they felt like she needed that. And that actually is the next point I was going to make here. The resolve constant buffs and new movements, new movements being applied to characters patch after patch. And it's not like something that happens overnight, right? Like, power creep generally doesn't happen overnight like this. This is very thoughtful and intentional, typically. And in this case, it was brought about by the constant buffing. Yeah, we're totally mastering new movements with this one. Fire emoji. Yeah. There's so many what ifs that were brought to characters in Uni 2. It's like, oh, what if Yuzu had 2FF? Or what if Lin had 66FF? I mean, she can have that, whatever, it doesn't matter. But there, oh yeah, what if Hyde has 2FF? Notice how a lot of, it's interesting too, right? Because a lot of these good moves are being shoved into the force function mechanic, where it's like, it costs grid though. Since when have we really thought, or since when have we really had at the front of our minds that the grid cost on a lot of these new moves matters significantly enough where you're not going to use it? I think the devs were really testing this out at first with Bonon's 6FF in Uniclair. That was like, that to me seemed the first experiment on how far could we push a good move into it costs grid though. Yeah, it has been the mantra of Uni 2. Yeah. It costs grid though. Because like, you're not ever thinking about cycle management when you're using these good moves. These moves are so good that it does not even matter in which way the cycle swings. Because they're using these moves in situations that allow for you to get so much advantage off them, or allow for you to put yourself in a position to get the hits. Such as Yuzu's 2FF, such as Hyde's 2FF, such as Wagner's J4FF, something like that, whatever it is. Yeah, J4FF. It's just like, man, because these moves are so powerful using them just once that the grid cost is like, the grid cost is only there to matter if you use it like multiple times in a row or something. Like Nonus's force function, which I was gonna say, like, I think Nonus's force function has been power crept to oblivion. I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm not even saying it's bad, guys. I'm saying like, it is such a weak power level by comparison to like, because all it is just a jump, right? It's just a jump cancel. The jump cancel's not getting you the hit. I'm sorry. The jump cancel's not getting you the hit. At best, it's a pressure reset. And it can still be disrespected. But anyway, yeah, I think it's pretty clear where I'm getting at with this. Uni 2 feels like a game where attempting to interface directly with your opponent is not necessarily rewarding or required in the same way as previous Uni versions. We already talked about this, but yeah, that's how I feel as well. Every character converts off of stray hits or converts better off of hits in general, so the number of meaningful interactions that take place per round is much smaller. Talked about this as well, but this has been a notable trend too, because so many characters' conversions are just getting better and better that it's also eliminating a lot of the flaws that these moves previously had. Like, it's like, oh yeah, you can use this move, it allows you to get in, but you don't get much reward off of it. So it's still something you have to use carefully with other moves in your moveset. But a lot of the risk of these moves is being eliminated because the reward is so high. And you have higher meter gain and higher damage in Uni 2 as well. Speaking of meter gain being way too high, right? Laundrikia builds so much meter off single hits for how much she gets off of it, but that's just Lawn being silly in general. Carmine's buffs in Uni 2 might not have taken enough into account the improvements brought to him innately by the system changes of Uni 2, which I feel like that's the case not just for Carmine, but a couple of other characters. So I think he's way stronger than he needs to be, and the devs maybe don't want to admit it. Like, maybe they don't want to like undo the damage done, because it would be like, oh, it's like a nerf to Carmine, right? But I think Carmine, the buffs that they gave directly to Carmine in the patch notes were very unnecessary. Like, legitimately, they could have left Carmine alone and Carmine would probably be one of the best characters still, with just the system changes. But of course, they also decided to make his conversions from 2C free. Like they made 2C with 2A a real confirm without counter hit. His 2-2X confirms really good. They added new moves. For some reason, they made it, I think, more plus his 214C, which is like why. Yeah. But it's clear that they have trouble balancing Carmine in general, because Carmine is only ever. Oh, okay. I shouldn't say like that. Probably not. I mean, I had this point where like, yeah, Byakuya is doing Carmine things but better in Unist, but Carmine is doing Byakuya things but better in Uni 2, which is true. But I don't think that's like really a checkmate. Like that's just standard power creep of Uni 2. Like that would probably still be the case even without necessarily the system changes helping Carmine so much. Because Carmine's buffs were just better than Byakuya. Byakuya didn't really get buffed in Uni 2. So that's not really like saying that much. But yeah, I already mentioned these with Aussie 5A. And Steer Ender. So I talked with Mawaru on Monday, because I also played against him. Mawaru, by the way, very good player. People already know this, of course, but they only look at his Hilda play to see that he's a good player. I think he's just good at the game in general. He has really good understanding of how to play for grid cycle and how to play matchups as well. That's something I think a lot of people don't have as much appreciation for. But anyway, he was saying that, yeah, Hilda 50/50 is too strong. And I was asking, like, yeah, do you think it's Steer Ender that is too strong? And he's like, yeah, Steer Ender is too strong for Hilda. But there were a couple of things that I might have misinterpreted. If like, basically, I was not sure if Steer Ender is actually what allows for Hilda to get crazier 50/50 in Uni 2 or what. So I don't want to misinterpret what he said. For now, I'm just going to look further into it. But Steer Ender definitely does seem to be really good for Hilda. And in general, it seems to like be helping out a lot of characters because, you know, it makes up for some weaknesses they might have had in getting comfortable knockdowns off of their hits. Like Hyde was like that way, for example. Or yeah, Hilda to some degree, but Steer Ender seems to fix a lot of those issues for like a lot of characters that really needed it, right? But it seems to be disproportionately affected across the cast. But that one, I'm not even sure. So I'll have to look into it more. But anyway, those are some assorted thoughts of mine on Uni 2 after having gone to Stormy Night. Now let's actually watch Stormy Night. Let's watch the VODs. We might have to split this into like, you know, we'll watch the singles tournament and then we'll take a break and then we'll watch the 3v3 and see how much time we have as well in between. So let's do that right now before we run out of time on the stream. My goodness. We can also cut the music for this. It's not going to show the now playing for the VOD since it's not on YouTube. If we're on YouTube, it would show the now playing, but unfortunately not. So Stormy Night, the singles tournament that took place in day one, again, it was the Arc System Works World Tour Platinum qualifying event. We already talked about the bracket being extremely stacked. I think the top 16 alone was probably the most stacked of a tournament we've had the whole year, like in terms of the density of top level players. But yeah. And there were some surprises, I would say, that took place even before top 16. So we'll be investigating those as well. But let's skip towards the beginning of the VOD. We're going to just go to the first match. So I think the commentators throughout the day were Kyo Hideshima. That would be the Hilda Kyo, not the Gordo Kyo. Kyohilda, as well as Kamone, I believe, were the commentators on day one. So the opening set on stream is Totoko, Lin, and Bito Laundrikia. This is deserving of a match to be held much deeper into the bracket, to be honest. But that's the story of Stormy Night. 100 players, several strong Japanese players in attendance of this one, so it's bound to happen. I think a lot of Laundrikia's matchups don't feel bad. I don't know how else to say this without sounding like a broken record regarding how strong Laundrikia is, but I don't think Laundrikia really has any like matchups where he's losing. Like maybe like Yuzu, but even against Yuzu, it's like even enough, relatively speaking. Yeah. And you can see like how, like, I think Laundrikia perfects are all too expected. Again, it's just so easy for the character to snowball a singular hit into a win. And he gets Oki off of literally everything. Not just Oki, but like full corner carry off of everything. Custom character type beat. Yeah. Oh, 3 a.m. already? Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, Akio. Have a good one. The VODs, I'll link in the description, and of course, this VOD will be available once the stream's over, so no worries at all. Have a good one. Yeah, the fact that you can also whiff cancel 5B into the follow-up, you can delay it quite a bit too, right? So it's very, very tough to defend against this character. That's a combo drop. Unsafe combo drop. Yeah, Tsugibito, for those of you that don't know, he's basically the guy that made a lot of the Laundrikia combos. He made those videos for Laundrikia combos. And I think this was his breakthrough performance in a bracket. We knew he was a good player, but this tournament certainly showed that he rose to the occasion. Totoko, longtime player of Uni. I don't know if he's been as active in Uni 2, but regardless, he has a lot of experience in this game. But I don't know if experience is enough to be able to fight Laundrikia. It's not going to be enough. Yep, dash C. Foot C's, they say. Yeah, look at all the stuff you have to deal with. Like, even if you get to the point where you're able to block the Rekkas consistently for Laundrikia, he can still put himself at completely safe spacings, and then you know, plus frames from there, and then you have to potentially hold another series of Rekkas where you have to play an iron wall of defense. It's just very tough to fight this character. Yep, DP. Wow. That was a well-placed 2C. Good stuff. Good round. Yeah, I think the other thing, too, with Lin is at least she's pretty small. So when you use her low sweeping normals like 2B and 2C, you can at least go under some of Laundrikia's tall buttons, but it's like... yeah, it's still not really well favored. But it's a good thing that Totoko's not going for the green shield. Yeah, Rekka CS off 4C. Another perfect as well. Rounds are so fast in this game. We might actually be able to get through this VOD pretty quickly. Oh, this is Ripu commentating right now, not Kamone. Commentating and running the tournament. What a legend, Ripu. Yeah, we can skip through a lot of this because they did have a lot of time in between some matches on stream because, you know, they're trying to set the stage, that kind of thing. It's an AWT event after all. But yeah, this next match is Oshuhito and I forgot the player on the right. Mistapa. Yeah, so Seth is still really strong. Sometimes people kind of forget about him because he's been strong for a long time. He's still really strong. The nerfs that they constantly made to Seth kind of, if anything, they kind of reduced the ranges of playstyles you can apply for him. So he's not as much of a mix-up character anymore. He's more so of a character with powerful frame data that utilizes set play to create frame traps. Set play to create frame traps. Because Orb just controls so much of the game. So you just leverage that with the frame traps. He has high damage off of every hit. Consistent Oki off of every hit still. So still a very strong character. But of course, even more so with Seth, you have to make sure to not drop your combos, because he really needs the combo enders, and he really needs the damage, because that's the way the character works. He's very much a glass cannon. But yeah, despite all the stuff that they removed from him in previous versions, like removing his unblockable setups, well, I guess not really. Yeah, they did remove his unblockable setups because you can't convert from them. Removing his unblockable setups and was that even all they did? That was like the main nerf, I guess. In the previous version of the game, they reduced the amount of damage he gets from command grab, but that's not a really significant change, I would say. That was a quick round for Mistapa. I mean, again, like, Uni 2 rounds are so fast to begin with. Everyone just dies so fast. Ori is pretty good at fighting this matchup, though, I would say. But again, you still have to play into Seth's game quite a bit, because sometimes the orbs would be out of spacings that you can reach comfortably, which will then would require you to have to deal with the Seth wall. But Ori is still really good at fighting Seth, I would say. Disengaging quickly with the super long backdash Ori has, but oh, that's what I'm talking about. When you give your opponent more chances by dropping your combos, you cannot do that in Uni 2, let alone with Seth. But I'd say Mustapa is playing the matchup really well still. Oh, was that not a green shield? I couldn't tell. Like, Oshuhito felt threatened enough to go for VO. I couldn't tell if that was a green shield that was done at the end, but regardless. Round star dash C. Yeah, one thing I noticed though that Oshuhito still does really, really well. He still catches block string green shields, I think, better than a lot of other Japanese players do. But at the same time, Seth's frame data is so good that it's like even more worth looking for green shields mid block string, because you're basically gonna always outspeed your opponent if they go for Abra. That kill? Yeah, no way. No way. That was pretty ambitious. But yeah, it's to say that, like, Seth especially is rewarded for scouting green shield specifically. Whereas there are some other characters whose range in frame data is not as good. To make it worth, like, cutting your block string short in a way that allows you to keep your pressure going and maintain cycle leads. Oh, what a 5A. Oria's 5A's range catches me off guard so much every time. It's crazy. Oh, what a throw. Good opportunity for Mrs. Thapa. Yep. Nice round. The thing about sets too is, like, even if you don't end up opening up your opponent on the initial string, even if you don't go for the dash into pressure reset, you can just disengage and go back to neutral, and it's no problem because his neutral is so good. And his mobility allows for switching between neutral and offense with such great ease. Like, it's no problem for him to do it. Some other characters might put themselves at risk if they do that. Seth doesn't really put himself at risk. His backdash goes a long distance, but can also put him in the air and chains into his other movement options. It's really no issue at all. What? Okay, that does no damage. It's pretty funny that does no damage. Celestial removed. Yeah, I definitely saw a lot of VOs throughout this bracket. VO is still really strong. The fact that they made it faster makes it even easier to use midstring. It's no weaker than it was before, despite some of the changes they made. Okay, so next match. Let's see. Oh, Suiga is playing. Okay. Yeah, Suiga was here this past weekend. Playing the Batista as usual. I think a lot of players aren't used to his playstyle still, even in Japan. He played against Onku, it looks like. Onku's a very strong Wagner, though. So, but, you know, you can be strong with Wagner, but still have trouble fighting against Suiga. Because, again, the way he plays the character is very unusual, even for Batista players. Wow. It's interesting because Onku's name is like Onku, right? But the kanji for his name would suggest pronunciation Enku, it seems like. That's pretty interesting. It's a bit of an awkward match so far. It's not really been a lot of pressure. It's been a lot of stray hits that haven't landed into full confirms or full Okizeme, but oh my goodness. Yeah, but that's how it is. It's a slugfest out here in Uni 2. You don't really, again, to win, you don't really need to like actually interface with your opponent as much in Uni 2 at all. Really good conversion. Oh my goodness. This is so much damage. Good combo again. Onku is so good. Oh my goodness. I'm glad people got a chance to see him play this past weekend. I think a lot of people over in NA weren't aware of a Wagner that is at this level of play with at this level of control with the character at least. But he's very, very good. Clean hit from Suika. What are the shenanigans he's gonna get started with? Yeah. So I think Suika was trying to go for a reset or something. I'm not sure if a gem was needed for that conversion, but regardless, another clean round from him. Gotta hold this. I'm not sure how players of either character feel about this matchup either way. Wagner definitely has to respect Batista's flash kick options, but Wagner's defensive option... What? Excuse me? I actually cannot even tell if that was intentional or not. Did he actually want shield bash, or did he want the like anti-air charge thing? Anti-air drill. That's crazy. Oh dear. Yeah, Suika's playing very tame in this match, which is fair enough. I'm not sure how conditioned some of the players were to like the way Suika plays, but sometimes you gotta dial back depending on the player. Yeah, there's not really a good chance for a Batista escape at that point. I mean, Wagner just has so much coverage once you're in the corner. Coverage of the things that you can use to escape. Creeping edge, she can account for quite well, because it's not like she needs to really hard bait it or anything. She doesn't have any, like, projectile Oki or something. You're keeping it simple, the combo. Oh, wow. A flash kick caught the backdash. At least it's doing what it's supposed to. Put it that way. Oh, that didn't punish, but it, like, caught Suika not blocking it, looks like, on the legs. Anti-air 3C got hit out of there. I think that was because it wasn't invincible at that time. It's not invincible frame 1 at the head. It does need some time to get head invincibility. It's a really close match, though. Like, despite all that's happened, like, basically both players are taking advantage of the opportunities they are getting and running as long as they can with it. Oh, that was a little awkward. But this is looking really good for Suika right now. Oh, dear. Oh, there it is, yeah. The dash blocking tutorial. Good stuff. Well, so yeah, this is how some of the you guys can now see how things played out, and yeah, a lot of good players getting sent to losers really early on. I think that was a round 2 match or a round 1 match. We can check quickly. The reason why we're going over this all right now is because, again, I was at the event the weekend of, right? So I wasn't able to restream and give my thoughts and share all these things during the event. So now we're doing it after the fact. Shiki and Crimson Crusader. Shiki played, if this is the same Shiki I'm thinking of, they played Phonon a while ago back in Unist, Arcade Unist. And I didn't see them be active on the game ever since Arcade Unist, but it seems like they're back in the game playing Wagner. Fair enough. And then Crimson Crusader, we all know him by now. Runner-up at EVO Japan this year. One of the last remaining Gordo players in Japan. Although, no longer. Because apparently Crimson Crusader is not satisfied with Gordo anymore. Well, actually from what I heard, basically Mosin told me that he told Crimson Crusader, was it Mosin? I think it was Mosin. That he told Crimson Crusader to stop playing Gordo. And it seems like Crimson Crusader's taking that to heart now. I mean, yeah, if Gordo's the reason why you're losing, then sure, that's a reason enough, I would say, to switch, but I don't know. Crimson Crusader is really good, and he's been successful with Gordo for a long time, so. Regardless, this matchup is actually one where Gordo is okay with it. Because it's a chance for Gordo to at least implement some of his best defensive options without just being completely outclassed and overwhelmed. And you can also run his pressure decently enough and neutral decently enough. So it's like one of the matchups that Gordo would probably prefer, I would say. Although we can see like Shiki is not implementing some of the Gordo countermeasures. Something that you'll take notice of if you know that like someone is experienced against playing Gordo is if they shield the second part of Mortal Slide. Or second hit of Mortal Slide rather. Very important to do, because otherwise you're not like really punishing Gordo for just checking you all the time in neutral. You know? You can't let Gordo just check you in neutral all the time without any repercussions. So shielding the second hit of Mortal Slide at least allows you to net some grid. Especially in the future case that you'd sacrifice grid due to eating a command grab, because that is Gordo's win condition after all, or part of his win condition. Oh, good shields. Yep. That's one way to get there. Is that dead? Okay. Oh, wow. No tech on the throw. Good round from Shiki. Yeah. And Gordo, like, yeah, Gordo is still like pretty. He's not the best defensive. Oh my goodness! Wow, that's definitely the bracket strat there. He's not the best with his defensive buttons, but oh, he went for it again. That's funny. This time it was a wake up VO. But again, I think against Wagner, it's much better than it would be otherwise. Because there's certainly characters that he does not get a real chance to press defensive buttons on. Because they're just too short and stubby. But obviously, Wagner has 2 5 frames. So it's still not the most favored for him. Oh, good dive kick to get out of the command grab. That's presence of mind. Ah, staggers, yeah. Oh, he spotted out the green shield, but got thrown on his way back in. Still somehow won the cycle, interestingly, but it's not going to matter anymore. This should be it. Yeah. Nicely won game by Crimson Crusader. I think he was in control of this game despite giving up the round in game 2. He was in control of the match despite giving up the round in game 2. But Gordeau does need to ride on the momentum as much as he can, since he does rely on constant maintaining of like the fear of the opponent, of Gordeau's pressure. The best way to describe it is, right, you're stealing grid from your opponent every time you land the command grab, but they're not actually going to be scared if they eventually get a chance to like press on you after you do the command grab, right? So you want to keep the threat level as constant as possible. Like you want to maintain enough of a degree of fear that they'll be scared to press anything, so that you can eventually land the next set of command grabs and then thereby keep your cycle control that you've gotten from every time you steal grid. So it's a self-reinforcing game plan, right? And it sounds good on paper, but it's very difficult to implement because Gordeau's buttons are just not that good. Alright, this is a good one. This is prime time. Oh my goodness. It looks like round 3 already. Shacho and Mosin. This is a really, really good head-to-head. I don't know how much experience Shacho had against Kuon coming up into this tournament. There are some good Kuon players in Tokyo. There's Kero. I think a couple of other players have recently picked up Kuon. Sahara. But I don't know if Sahara's in Tokyo. But regardless, I don't know how much Kuon experience he would have had going into this, so maybe it's all vibes, who knows. I mean, Shacho's just a master with Waldstein, so it does not matter in a lot of cases. And he's off to a good start in this match, of course. But I still feel like Kuon is in a relatively strong position in the initiative. Like it's up to Waldstein to make the moves that change things, because Kuon would dictate the flow of neutral the majority of the time. Okay, combo drop to get cycle, which was successful, but then, you know, wake up SPD. Oh, wake up buttons. Makes sense. CS was leverage there to be able to do wake up buttons with a bit more safety, like less risk, because your opponent might respect wake up CS, thus allowing you an invitation into pressing your buttons as you so desire. Okay, claw confirm. Drop. Oh, VO, wow. Yeah, definitely felt scared. There's a VO back from Shacho as well. I think that's a more reasonable VO given the life deficit that Shacho has to make up here. For Mosin, maybe not as advised, but really nice dash under. This is what I've talked about, guys, before, but leveraging dash block to actually go under your opponent's air approaches, whether it's an assault, whether it's a move that makes them go airborne a little bit, really, really powerful. Because dash block already doesn't have that much risk unless you mess it up, because you're still blocking. But if it allows you to slide under your opponent's air approach, then it gives you a good chance to punish what they did. Okay, yeah, the hard to blockables. It's been really back and forth, but Mosin made enough work with Kuon to reaffirm the slight advantage I think he has in this matchup. So That's refreshing sight. Okay, so Mosin DP through that. A lot of people get hit by that. Like, they'll stand respecting the 63 of Waldstein, right? And then they'll get hit by the SPD thereafter. Shacho did that a lot to me when I was playing against him, and I saw him do it to a couple of other people too, in casuals. But good active defense from Mosin to throw out the flash kick there. I mean, it's pretty easy to throw it out, obviously, but you still got to do it. So, it's a good presence of mind. Oh my goodness, VO. Yeah, I think Mosin's applying the right level of activity on defense. He's not playing too passively defensively. He knows that he's playing the character that should press the initiative in this matchup, so he's taking full advantage of it. But obviously, Shacho's Waldstein is fully on his toes himself. Basically kind of tipping the scales back his way. Oh my goodness. Assault J2C. The way Shacho uses Waldstein's moves makes the character look broken. No joke. Oh, that was SPD. Oh no, that was not SPD. That was... He just got caught by 2 and 4C. I wonder what Mosin was trying to do. Because you can block that, right? So... One person that in the Twitch, what's it called? The Twitch VOD chat said unfamiliar MU got hands. So I wonder, I mentioned, I wonder whether Shacho's familiar with Kuon matchup. I now wonder if Mosin's familiar with the Waldstein matchup, but he's doing fine, all things considered. Oh no. Oh, combo drop. That was a big combo drop. Because the deficit that Shacho was at could have easily been made up from that hit. But that's the game of Uni 2. You drop your combo, you lose. You lose. In the VO. Yeah. It's a strong RPS option. I mean, your opponent has to call it out specifically. The SPD. Claw CS. Oh, that killed? Wait, he got the bonus damage still? Was that because he was in transfer state? Probably. Wow. Yep, backdash. That is minus unblock, that version of the claw, but Shacho was at a spacing where he can still escape safely from the retaliation of Mosin. Wow, just wake up buttons? Without CS, Mosin is a madman, and oh wow. That was a very close match, and you guys can see already, Mosin sent to losers. I mean, obviously sent to losers by Watanabe Shacho, who's playing at a very high level at this tournament. He played really well all throughout, and even beforehand, when I played him at Lucy on Wednesday, the Wednesday before Stormy Night, I could tell that like this guy still got it, you know. He's still the Waldstein. And that's what we saw there. But Mosin still put up a good fight. If that's how it looks with his unfamiliarity, you still got to be scared of him as a player, because he didn't get to run the scariest cool and mix up there necessarily, because Shacho was giving them very few opportunities to actually focus on running a steady, smooth flow of Kuon's game plan. Mosin had to devote a lot more energy and focus on having the responses and answers to Shacho's active defense and ensuring that he can stay out of like the best defensive ranges that Shacho wants to be. When I say defensive range, I don't mean literally Waldstein is blocking. I mean more so Waldstein is in the position where he's closer to the corner, but it's still in neutral, but has to play like a bit more defensively rather than, you know, playing aggressively. Because obviously Mosin wants to keep him in the position that has Shacho closer to the corner. Okay, so the next match, we're already done with winners. I know they finished up doing winners matches on stream really quickly, and I found that interesting. Hey, what's up, Juan? How's it going? Yeah, they finished up winners matches on stream quickly. It seems like they didn't want to do too many of them on stream because they were taking a long time to set it up. But the next match on stream was actually my match from the loser side match. I played against Mochi. Mochi is a Merkava player, very, very good Merkava player. And I've talked about it a little bit, but actually, did I talk about it a little bit on the stream? I'm not sure. But Mochi is a player that plays Merkava and doesn't necessarily like need to play Uni with Merkava. He understands very well what Merkava needs to do to interact as little as possible with the Uni game mechanics and interact as little as possible with the game. Or with the opponent. Sorry, with the opponent. So, from what I can tell, though, he has a background in some other games. So that also helps with understanding how to play some of these characters competitively. I wonder if that's what allowed him to like bring in some of the experience from there. But yeah, this is a button check first. I think I did well enough in this match, but I definitely made some poor defensive errors that suggested like conceding or discomfort against Mochi, which I should not have done, you know, because like there was a decent amount of control and fear that was applied early on. Like the way I like approaching this matchup is kind of staying out of range of Merkava's 5B and constantly having the Merkava be uncomfortable. So like I like walk out of the 5B range, walk into the 5C range, then dash back into it. But you know, Mochi was playing definitely very front foot forward. So, or I said front foot forward, right foot forward kind of way. So, and that was a really good VO. Like you see how early he VO'd. Did not even get a chance to like really make good use of CS. That's like a really good VO timing. That's a competitive level VO timing right there. I was okay with taking this throw. I knew I would win the cycle anyway, and I would still live. This interaction was so weird. I swear Merkava's dive kick is crazy. But it's fine. It happens. I probably shouldn't have done Tornado there to begin with. Here's the wake up dash block. Yep, I was trying to backdash back into that range I was talking about where I avoid Merkava's 5B and 5C, but I got clipped by the 5B, or the 5C itself, so. I think here's a creeping edge that I didn't bait properly. I could have just literally reacted with throw. I literally reacted with 2A, so I could have reacted with throw. There, I messed up my TK fireball, which is unfortunate. I don't know if it would have even worked against what Mochi did, so. Yeah. There's a lot of things that went wrong in this match, but like right here, that was such an unnecessary shield because I literally had cycle coming up in my favor, but nope. Even if I hit the proper shield there, like it was just completely unnecessary. And things spiral out of control from here because you don't want to be blocking Merkava Oki with 20 seconds. Bro, that does 2.6, but I was kind of already dead anyway. Something I think a lot of players don't appreciate with Nanaset is using her J8C as a defensive option, it's so good. I've been using it for anti-throws and anti-assault. It's really good. I think a lot more non-assist players should consider incorporating that move more into their game plans. Combo drop. Can't be doing that. Tournament. So those no techs were with trying to throw off the flight timing, but I definitely got fainted out there. That was a really good dash block on the VO. Mochi was definitely looking for it, because at that point, what are the last things I can do, right? I can hold it out with blocking, which is very hard to do against Merkaba, or I can creeping edge, which you can easily just react to with a throw. Basically, Mochi could do a lot of things, especially with the worms behind it. I could have also just pressed 2A, but there's a lot of risks that goes along with that, so it's really tough. But yeah, I think after the fact, I thought the match went way worse than it actually went, but that's just how it always goes with me, so. Yeah, thanks, Retro H. That was losers, so I was out of the tournament by that point. I went 0-2. Very, very tough tournament. Very tough. A lot of players better than me also went 0-2. Anime fighters, are you right? Yeah, you're definitely right about that. I mean, I've already mentioned it, but Uni 2, I think, is particularly that way. Okay, sorry about this. The next match started. Nanashio and Yagi. Nanashio, longtime Oria player. Lots of interesting things they bring to the table. I think they approach matchups very cleanly. I think they're still working on their pressure and conversions, but I like a lot of the approaches they take for matchups, and that's what comes with experience in this game. So, love to see it. The Warrior players in Japan are just on another level, though, because, like, yeah, Nanashio is really good, and then you have so many other Warrior players that, like, are just able to adapt so quickly. It's crazy. It's like the fact that I'm saying, like, yeah, Nanashio is good, but then there's so many other Ori players that are also good. That's how you know, like, there's so many good Ori players in Japan. On the other hand, Yagi is a Batista specialist for a long time himself. Played during the arcade days of Eunice. I don't know if they played during Uniclair, but yeah, they've been rocking the Batista for quite a while. Fundamentally, Batista is still kind of the same anyway. Just kind of nerfed, but that's about it. Wow, what a last minute, what a great last minute catch. That's man. Yeah, anti-air round start flash kick. Punish? What? Okay. Oh, didn't win the cycle with the steer under there. Misjudged what was taking place. Fortunately, wasn't punished too severely. Nanashio wasn't, but still not in a winning position in this round. Okay, escape the corner with the divine thrust. Yeah, I think the ideas are right for this matchup from Nanashio. Just gotta clean up the confirms and pressure. Because right now, Yagi's not really feeling that threatened. Oh, no tech on the gold throw. Oh, no. What would have worked there, though? Was it a Palebringer? Probably Palebringer. I don't know if Nanashio had enough meter for IW, but IW would have definitely worked as well. Not gonna kill. One more interaction here. Oh, actually probably could have killed if they see us just before steer ender. Oh no. Man. That throw looked like a rollback. That was so funny. Yeah. Yeah, I think Nanashio's just gotta calm himself down. Try to bring this back. Because it's been a number of unforced errors that have led to their being down one game right now. Just gotta rechannel that that Batista matchup knowledge. Catch some breaks here. There we go. Yeah. Pillbringer must have been what Nanashio wanted earlier. Because they definitely did it there. Oh no. Cannot kill off of this, I don't think. Wait, no, can. It could have. Yagi definitely could have killed with the CS. Okay. Okay, that's... Wow. Nice little shimmy from Yagi. That is air unblockable or something? Wow, that worked? 5A on -8. Oh, nice shield. There you go. That's how you do it. This won't kill. Yeah, definitely won't kill. Well, wow. Yeah, Nanashio never really like recomposed himself. Not in this match. And I think that gave Yagi some confidence that the win could be pulled off. So, because felt like at one point, like Nanashio was just throwing things out there with hopes that it would connect, but not really much intent behind it. Okay, the cameraman's having fun here. So next is, let's see. Oh, oops, sorry. Spoilers, but it's 2 GB versus Suteneko. Another good matchup. 2 GB, no longer in NorCal, sadly, but still NA. Playing Carmine again instead of Nanase. You got spoiled, SMH. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Suteneko plays Mika. He's probably like a top 3 Mika in Japan. Top two. It would be him and Libakichi. That would be the top Mikas. Libakichi was not in attendance at this tournament, though. Mika is a very scary character to play in bracket, though, because he's just annoying and ratty. A lot of scrambles. She creates a lot of scrambles, and a lot of the scrambles are difficult to present the answer to in the moment in a bracket environment. Oh no. Oh no. Wow. Pro loop into get baited. Not like this. That was such a good start for Suteneko. It happens, but man. Oh, okay. Ooh, unforced error. And now you're in the corner against Carmine. Have fun blocking this. A. Oh, missed the second bomb. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Now you're gonna have to hold this. Oh, good blocks. Suteneko's... Oh, just as I was gonna say. I was literally just gonna say Suteneko's not been shielding. Just as he shields, he gets caught out with chain shift and throw a good break for the death. Wow. Yeah, I mean, 2GB is not really doing anything particularly fancy right now. Basically, he's just exposing Suteneko's defensive holes at the moment. What in the world? I will say though, Suteneko isn't shielding enough. Like, Carmine gets so many plus frames if you don't eventually shield some things. You do have to make sure to present the shield a few times. And it's not like Mika's buttons aren't fast. Like, they are very fast, and the range is good enough to be able to press some of these if you shield enough. But it's understandable. There's probably some secondhand fear that's going on. Getting started though. 2A opera. Oh. Interesting. Dash C baited the wake up command grab. That's funny. Okay, nice round from Suteneko off of the singular opening. Or it was not an opening, it was like a singular strong defensive read with the 2A. Oh dear. Getting started this round with the grid break though. It's not good news. A. Yep. Just before cycle, Carmine going for B-wheel Okizeme is so powerful. Because the opponent's got to stand to block it, and usually if they're trying to block it, then they're trying to shield it, right? Which means that they could just get hit. They can get clipped low, which will gain grid for Carmine still. It's really, really scary. It's very simple. It's just not a non-meaty fireball, but so scary. And you can't press on it either because you'll get hit usually, since your hurt box will connect in the wheel. Wow, what a 2A. Wow. That is so ballsy of a 2A. You just gotta believe. You just gotta have confidence. Yeah, the thing about Mika, she doesn't really do that much damage, right? But it's all mental damage. And her throw game is really good. So she can be very difficult to block. Your side switch, keeping it simple. Get some health back. Yeah, 2GB did not have a bomb there to use after 2B. I'm not sure if that's what he was looking for, but definitely the pressure was not airtight enough. Probably just messed up. Double overhead. Wow. Yeah, Suteneko's still not really shielding that much, so pulling out the double overhead this late into the set seems wise. Good blocks? Oh my goodness, it's not even enough. Blocked the fuzzy so many times. Suteneko has, and still only barely staying in this match. But thankfully, you know, still has a match point right here. Plus, that's plus. Oh, good blocks. Oh no. Wow. But that was a good chase down by Suthan Echo. Sometimes it can be hard to chase people that jump forward JA and wow. Don't tell me this is how it ended. Okay, one more. Good jump. Wow, green shield called out. Such great awareness from Suthan Echo. Yeah, green shielding against Mika is scary because you do it and then the Mika player can just react with 2 and 4x and you're good broken. Wow, so 2 gigabytes sent to losers early too. Well, no, he's sent out of the tournament because that was losers. I think that was losers. Connects to Sero and Isaac. Oh. Exciting. So I think Sero has been bouncing between a few characters lately. Long ago they played Seth. And then in Claire played a little bit of Chaos. A little bit of some other characters. I think they're back on Chaos now. I want to say. But they can play plenty of characters. Tsurugi is the choice here. Okay. I don't really know what Tsurugi does. I'm gonna be real. So please bear with me, guys. Although I know what Hyde does, which apparently is just dash C. Hyde is very strong in this version. Oh, what a DP. What? Okay, I should say this. Anyone that's able to DP through a block string gap frightens me. Because that is the scariest thing, genuinely. When someone DPs through a gap. That's scarier than a wake-up DP. Where it's like a lot easier to bait. Oh no, Isaac not blocking. Oh yeah, I didn't mention what, like, Isaac's. Yeah, Isaac been playing Hyde for a while, been living in Japan for some time too. Very wild Hyde playstyle, but honestly, he plays Hyde correctly, in my opinion. He plays Hyde correctly. What? Oh yeah, okay. It was just DP. It's pretty funny that Hyde's DP just won outright. But the protagonist always wins in ties. Sero back to character select. Switching to Chaos? Yeah. Yeah, this is the character that Sero has been playing more lately. I don't know if it's a better matchup necessarily, but more comfort is all that matters. Oh dear. Well, combo drop is very, very tough to see. Yes, DP on -8. Yes. Yeah, I think a lot of players just can't handle Isaac's playstyle. And plus Isaac's really good. So there's two sides to it. Like it just flusters everybody. VO. He didn't even spot anything. He just, oh my goodness. That's gotta tilt you. That's gotta mess with your mind. Nice confirm. It was really well managed considering it didn't look the most comfortable. Oh, well, you thought I was punishable. I actually had CS. Oh my goodness. And it's over. And it's over. Just like that. Wow. Wow. Man, imagine getting sent home in a match like that. Oh man. That's gotta feel bad. I think like Isaac just didn't have any time to really settle in, or not Isaac, Seto didn't really have any time to settle into playing against Isaac. Oh, okay, this is the good one. This is Clear Lamp and Wako. I've already talked a little bit about Wako earlier into the stream, but basically, according to Shimazaki, who I had spoken with, he said that Wako has been training in secret, basically, but there was a period of time where he was like not as active after Eunice, but now he's back into playing and he's been, you know, playing online, going to a couple of the locals, kind of staying off a lot of people's radar. A couple of people in the Unreal In-Birth Player Hub have been spotting his play though, because he does show up occasionally on certain streams. But regardless, should be a good one to watch. Very, very strong Batista. Back when Wako was like the most active in playing this game, I think he was the best Batista. And even now, he's still got a level of technical play and character mastery that I think a lot of people don't have experience against or aren't ready for. Clear Lamp, of course, famous EVO 2019 champion. Well, that was a time where Byakuya was much better. Let's put it this way, Byakuya is not as good as it used to be. And so Clear Lamp has not been playing Byakuya as much anymore. It looks like he's rocking Hyde for this match. I don't think Clear Lamp's been very active in the game in general though lately. So Prince Super Monkey Ball Wako is the best Batista. Oh come on, Stormclaim, where you heard me. I said Wako. 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 Anyway, here we go. Yeah, but one thing that again never leaves you is experience, and Lamp certainly has that. And he's off to a good start so far. Oh, Wako got it. Whoops. Oh, okay. You legitimately didn't hear me. Okay. But yeah, Wako Batista. Now he's got the first hit he's gotten in this match so far. First clean hit, that is. But yeah, trust me, this guy handles and controls the character with such grace that no other player really has. But this is Hyde we're talking about, and this is still Clear Lamp, who's the pilot. So don't count him out. Oh, has to have been a mistake. Uh-oh. Not the combo drop. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Shimmy a little bit, catch the throw tech, and clean up the round. Good stuff. Yeah, Hyde's 2FF so strong in this matchup, it appears. Like, what is Batista supposed to do about that? What is Batista supposed to do? Like... Oh, okay, very nice. JFF. Oh, that looked like it was gonna be a good starter, but just combo drop, unfortunately. Oh, sorry about the virus display. Yikes. Okay, yeah, Windows is such a good operating system. DP. Oh, DP right back. Yep. Is that death? Yeah, it is. Oh no. I wonder if Waco's doing this intentionally, like to kind of go for one-hit confirms. And since the steer ender's at a safe enough spacing, he feels comfortable enough doing it. But I don't know. Nice ender. Yeah. That ending your combo at that spacing makes the opponent feel like they can press a button, but nope. He had the dash C ready. Gotta hold this mix up. Okay. Good defense. Back to neutral. Look at these zones. Look at how many zones Waco's covering with all of these gem placements. It's crazy. He just knows so well, this character. Yeah, you can destroy the gems now, sure. But if you detonate them in quick succession, you're just throwing out a hitbox. That's not going to amount to anything. Because you're not hitting anything if the hitbox is already out for the gem. It was super well played at the end of that round. Well, this is the height start that you want. Oh, now with the combo drop. Wait. Huh? Wait, why didn't you just DP? Okay, baiting something. I wonder if that was actually an accident. Yeah, 2FF. Yep, yep. How does that feel, Batista? Good block. That's a guess, of course, but gotta be able to do it. Oh no, the gem loops, and then Lamp went for dash up 2A on wake up, but Waco was well enough spaced to be able to wolf punish it. Wow. Did that whiff punish the 5A? Is that what I saw? The throw? Oh no. What could he have wanted? 6B? Wow. Wow. I think that was well planned. Oh, the damage? Is the damage supposed to be that low? That damage looked much lower than it should have been, but I'm not sure. Regardless, though, that was the right idea. It's Shadow Scare CS. At that range, it was perfect. Yeah, a large part of why Clearlamp's able to stay in this match. Well, for one, Hyde can play this matchup, of course. But two, he's applying Hyde's tools in such a great way that shows just experience. an understanding, despite this not being like necessarily Clearlamp's main character. I mean, I guess it is now, but you know. Mm-hmm. And now you're dead. Mm-hmm. Throw combos. Another element of Uni power creep, but not necessarily due to Uni 2. Yeah, I think this match has slowed down so much now that Clearlamp has some of Wako's respect defensively. And this is exactly the pace that Clearlamp wants to play at right now. Because it allows him time to start to get in Wako's head. And that's where a lot of Batista players are least comfortable, playing on the back foot. And we're seeing a lot of green shields starting to be baited now. A lot more, at least. Oh, no. It went the other way this time, the green shield being baited. Straight into a grid break. This is a really bad position for a Clearlamp right now. He could legit die next hit. Oh, what a dash up throw. That looked like a punish, actually. Wow. Good stuff to remain composed for that. Mm-hmm. Man, knowing the result of this tourney, I wonder how this match ended up the way it did. I guess we're about to see. I did not see this match. Oh, wow. CBO? What a conversion, though. This was sick. Oh, he dropped it. Oh, you cannot do that. Okay, this time he had the 2B ready. Wow. Talk about a fumble if he had dropped that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Clearlamp's looking really good in this set. He came to play. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wako was saving a CS there for when he felt like Clearlamp would press. And that's it. That's it. That was such great discipline at the end from Wako. Barely came out with it on top. But basically, he was trying to save his CS for when he thought Clearlamp would press rather than to actually extend his pressure. So it was not as aggressive a CS expenditure that he had in mind, but it was one that would still allow him to maintain control of the life lead he had already possessed. And I think that was really well decided. Great choice to do, especially against Hyde, where using it to extend pressure is probably not even worth it. You'd much rather make the correct decision in quote-unquote neutral, where Hyde is a bit more favored. It's weird to say it, but Hyde is kind of favoring neutral in this matchup. That wasn't always the case, I don't think, but Hyde's current tools are so crazy. Okay, we're getting through this VOD at a good pace, but I think, let me see, it's 2 hours, 7 hours. Oh dear. Okay, guys, we might need to watch the 3v3 on a different stream. 7 hours. I so badly want to watch it right now, but I gotta be reasonable. 7 hours from now would be exactly midnight, which I did say we'd go pretty deep in the evening, but okay, I don't know about that late. Because 7 hours from now would make this an 11-hour stream. Oh, that wouldn't be midnight. That would be past midnight, actually. Yeah, we'll finish up the singles tournament and then we'll watch 3v3 next stream. And next stream we'll probably also get started with well, I don't know, actually maybe not. Let me not get ahead of myself. One thing at a time. I just got back. Okay, this is Suika versus Wako. Wako literally just played. Wow. Batista Mirror. Yeah, one of the Twitch VOD chatters said Batista Mirror in current year. Yeah, that is quite a surprise, isn't it? But the Batista players are holding out strong. It's dedication. Oh no, there's no way. Suika. I think you definitely meant to do that. I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. I respect it. But this is Wako you're playing against. I don't think Wako is going to be as nice. Oh, if Wako had just pressed 2C there without pressing the 2B afterwards, he would have actually secured cycle because the green shield would have caused him to win, or would have caused Suika to lose grid, and therefore Wako would win the cycle. Yeah, calling out green shields is very difficult though. You have to basically be in sync with the rhythm of your opponent's defense, how you feel like they'll press green shields. And that's a difficult thing to do, because you might have to sacrifice a lot on your own pressure and offense, but it helps to just think about how your opponent wants to think, as it goes with anything that involves reads in fighting games. But yeah, nice round from Wako. Yeah, I mean, I felt like Wako's won up just off of the significant baits on the flash kicks. Suika's still playing well in this match, but you know, he did go for a couple of gambles that didn't pay off. Oh, he didn't spot the green shield in time. And yeah, Suika wins the cycle off of that. That's huge. Oh, wrong way to see. I don't really know how Batista mirrors are supposed to be talked about, so I'm just talking about some things as they happen. Anything that is generally applicable, then I'll mention it, such as what I mentioned about the green shielding near cycle. Is that dead? No, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, it's a reasonable way to spend CS, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It was probably fine because, you know, Wako still had to hard bait it, but there was not really that much risk for Wako to just stand still because he still had the next set of lasers raining down from the disco ball. So, but it's just so easy for me to say in hindsight, right? It wasn't necessarily a bad decision. Oh, why did that drop? Oh, 2C from downtown. Yeah, there you go. You can see 3 green shield baits in a row, 1 Wako that cycle. Oh, we got a grid broken right after though. Oh, that's an unfortunate. Okay, that one probably was not intentional. I will say that. That was probably not intentional. There was nothing behind that A flash kick. A cycle for Wako and one last mix-up. Wake up throw. Wow. Oh, but the fireball punish the 2B with. Yeah. I mean, it was a good match. I think Suika had strong moments there that caught Wako off guard. But Wako got enough openings that eventually accumulated into a win. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, I think we're going into top 16 probably. This is Tsukibito and Nephros. These matches are going to be just back-to-back bangers. Tsukibito is the Laundrika combo maker himself. Breakthrough performance here in the singles tournament of Stormy Night Second Fest. Nephros, strong Lin player from EU. I think a lot of people weren't ready for Nephros Lin this weekend, and he played extremely well. I would say another strong breakout performance, especially international competition. The way Nephros plays is just with such precision, knowing how to use Lin's buttons so well, having extremely well optimized combos for Lin, at least compared to a lot of other Lin players. And just understand spacing a lot better than I think I've seen other players understand. Spacing matters so much in Uni, especially when you have players in the corner. You can see how he spaced himself against Laundrikia, such that he was out of range of the A buttons, so basically they were non-factor. Even though Laundrikia's A buttons, yes, they're slower, those are still the fastest buttons that Laundrikia can press as Abara, right? So you would just want to basically take them out of the equation. But at that range, Lin is still in range for her 5A, or for her 2B, right? Or for her 5B, in fact. Not at this range, of course, but basically you can change up the ranges where you play at that allow for different buttons to shine at different ranges. Because, you know, as long as you ensure that... Oh, is this dead? This is so dead. This is so dead. So dead. Clean 2 rounds. Back to back against Tsukibito no less. Like, and all that really was there is just making Bito uncomfortable on defense because, you know, Nephros was able to secure cycle that one time, got the CS into DP the minute that Nephros tried to get a hit. And great shield there for the throw punish. Baited the DP. Sugibito likes going for the DP pretty early into a player getting a successful defensive read or like a successful offensive sequence. So it's just like a momentum stopper. But you can see that, okay, yeah, he didn't beta that time, Nefros did, but right away into wake up throw. Yeah, Nefros is defending really well too. If you're able to defend all this Londrikia stuff, then yeah, it becomes a lot less scary. It's just a tall order, right? It's a very hard thing to ask. You have to defend all the Rekas each time, defend the pressure resets, and successfully secure. Oh, I got hit by the other side after J3B. Like, you have to basically block everything, and then you have to get the opening. You have to land your combo. And you have to make sure not to forget about wake up DP going the other way. And even after all the good things that Nefros has done in the set, he still got perfected in this round, because that's just how Londrikia goes. Look, open up by the charged C Rekka. It's just so difficult, guys, to defend against the character. Oh, wow. Okay, well, that time I'm not sure what Nefros was doing, but it can be hard to tell on a number of occasions. Good shields. Ooh, he's dead? I think he's dead. It's Londrikia, of course he's dead. Oh, didn't even build the meter. Okay, never mind. Wow, did not build the meter. Somehow. Ah, wake up throw. Bruh, come on now. Wow. Okay, I understand much better how Bito plays. I should have watched these matches before I played against him in the 3v3 on Sunday. Because I understand how he plays. I wouldn't have gotten hit by all of these if I understood that he plays like this. For lack of a better way to put it, he plays in like the ranked way. Like, he definitely just like does all the things you should be doing with Londrikia, but he does it as if he has to like go to like, you know, soccer practice after or something. Like he's trying to end the match quickly. Oh yeah, it was an arrow escape. I think Nefros realized he ran out of air options to escape the corner. Fortunately, went for Helmbreaker, and there was not enough time to dodge the crystal. Good VO. Yeah, you can see Nefros backs away a little bit, gets at the range for 2C, connects at the tip spacing. That way you can actually create whiffs a lot more easily. And of course, the more space you have, the more that allows for you to make use of Kuga's plus frames. Air Kuga, that is. Because if you use Air Kuga point blank, then it's not able to connect into the later part of its animation, so you don't get as much frame advantage. And also, you're just covering more space with Kuga if you do it from a bit farther back. Good CS into DP, but yeah, not able to get any Okizeme off of it. That's the classic. And this is full corner carry. This is Londrikia after all. Oh my goodness, and you're dead. Wow. And Bito wins. Nefros played really well, but the longer the match goes, the harder it is to beat Londrikia. I heard someone say this to me, and I'm like, man, what a good way to say it. You have to close it out on Londrikia as quickly as you can. You cannot let the match go on for long, because it just becomes harder to defend against Londrikia's stably enough. That's the nature of characters like that, where they just have such consistent game plans. The onus is on you to be able to deal with it for a long period of time, which is just such a tall ask. Okay, next is, okay, spoilers again, my apologies, but we've got Chobi and Liu. So Chobi, Kuon player, breakout performance at this tournament, but I think a lot of people knew that he was already good based on how he did at TGP. Liu, longtime Oria player in Japan, one of the best Orias in the whole game. The way I describe him is that he's very quick. He's very fast. He thinks fast. He has very fast. Application of Oria's moves in general situations. Not just like fast decision making, but fast at applying their move after like judging the situation correctly, which matters a lot because Oria is a character that allows for that to shine even more. Now, one thing I will say is that the matchup that Oria has to play against Kuon, you have to keep him locked down pretty long, because I do think Oria doesn't necessarily defend against Kuon well enough to say that, okay, I'm more comfortable against Kuon defending than other characters would be, even with my frame data. So, and from what I've heard, Liu has some discomfort in the Kuon matchup. Since this is a winner side match, perhaps that's what we're seeing here. But so far, I mean, it doesn't look like he's doing too badly. But it's what I heard from Mosin, that he didn't seem to understand the Kuon matchup that well. Good defense here. Yeah. Throws get called out really easily in Uni 2. But still a good round from Chobi. Chobi might press on the gas pedal a bit more in this upcoming game. Because you can get the sense he's starting to notice some areas of discomfort in Liu's defense against Kuon. So let's see how much he taps into that and tries to exploit it. Throw baited again. Yeah, but you can see like Liu's acting fast, but you know, it's just hard to be right. Hard to be right against this character. Wow. Well, yeah, what was I saying? Chobi's found the defensive rhythm to catch Liu off guard and to consistently, that was 3 separate occasions where a throw was baited successfully. Okay, we're starting to see the stand shield now. So now we can start going on the next layer, hopefully. Oria's knockdown is so much better in this version. Steer Ender and the new super. Yeah, now Chobi's starting to get a little antsy. All it took was that one stand shield to get Liu where he is going right now. Oh my goodness. I was not blocking that. No teching. I do like seeing that. Wow. Dash up 2B. I wonder what that punish. It was probably backdash. Yeah, we can see like Ryu's not focused as much on the cycle anymore. He's focused on really just trying to outspace and outpredict Chobi's cooling right now. And the cycle will come by naturally just scoring more hits than your opponent. So that seems to be his adjusted game plan for now. But it's so hard to keep up a steady stream of flow. Ooh, yeah. Wow. Oh, that was the critical moment to not have got caught again. Standing up a throw. Oh, that's a tough one. Okay, this is a good way to get back into it. 2C catch. UDIMM. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I think because Chobi had a strong lead already, that was enough. But you could feel like the momentum going to Ryu's side. You just needed a little bit more of a health cushion. Well fought, though. Okay, so next match is Tommy and Miyagi Muteki. Wow. Prime time. Prime time. Tommy played really well this weekend. Last weekend, that is. He was the only Byakuya player in the whole bracket, to my knowledge. Only Byakuya in the whole bracket. And got top 16. That's something to be proud of. Miyagi Muteki, on the other hand, needs no introduction. One of the best hides in Japan. Pioneer of a lot of the hide combo routes that are used today. Although in Uni 2, hide's combo routing has gone a lot more stable, and thus the complexities and nuances of Miyagi Muteki's routing hasn't been as necessary anymore, but it still can't be understated how influential his routing was for advancing the character further before Uni 2. So yeah, should be a good one. If Tommy can get started, hopefully allow us to see like how some of these players deal with Byakuya UDIMM. You can't figure out how to deal with it. The character's not out of relevancy just yet. Oh. Huh? Wait, could he not have just DP'd? Oh, nice shield. Yep, okay. Seems like Miyagi Muteki still knows how to deal with these. I mean, he was trying to dash block last time, which is not a wrong choice, generally speaking, but he had CS and he saw that something was being done. I think DP was available. Dash C. He catches the creeping edge. Well, again. Tommy's been in full control so far. Well, yeah, all it takes is just getting that one punish opportunity, and Hyde can take that the whole distance. Oh well. Yeah. We saw a little bit of that from Bito Laundrikia as well. Just DP as soon as the opponent scores their hit so that they don't get started. It's really risky, but, you know. The risks were calculated, well managed for. Oh. Did he want 3C? I don't know. I think dash up 2C might have been actually what he wanted. Because that can catch a lot of people flinching a little bit. Yeah. Miyagi Miteki does not block. I'm telling you guys. Rise JA is his best friend. There's a slight gap in what you're doing. That Rise JA is coming out. Ground start dash 2B or dash 6B. One thing I should have pointed out, you guys, is that a lot of the Japanese players have switched over to hitbox now. And I don't think I made a note of it in my working doc. But yeah, a lot of Japanese players are playing on hitbox right now. And an interesting reason that they were giving was the portability, and not necessarily like the benefits of playing on the hitbox layout itself, but more so the fact that you can have a more portable arcade controller to use when you go to events, which I respect. Carrying around a bulky, heavy arcade stick that raises a lot of eyebrows if you travel through TSA. The hassle of that is so unnecessary if you can just have a hitbox. And of course, if you're okay with the hitbox layout. I personally still use the Chamba drone, and wow, this is... Oh, just when I say, Tommy, yeah, you gotta really... You gotta take this as far as you can. Your opponent drops their combo, you're licking your lips. You just gotta go. Okay. The block on the overhead. Oh, that's a thing? That's a thing that Vyaka can do? It makes sense, I guess. Yeah, yep. Rise J. Well, yeah, good match. What I was saying about the hitboxes, yeah, I mean, I still personally use the Chamba drone too, but the reason I use the Chamba drone too in the first place is the portability, and it's the most portable arcade stick that still has the lever that works for the modern consoles, PS5 and 4 and stuff. So it's workable. Like at least that's from like a pretty well respected arcade stick brand. But it's a good stick for what it's supposed to do anyway, so. I think the heavier sticks have fallen out of fashion. So. Oh, another, yeah, here we go. So this is Shacho and Mawaru. Two of the best on their respective characters, I would say. You gotta have innovators, and that's what I'm saying. Like, the thing that still keeps Japan really, really high in the power level scale is how many specialists they have for characters. Players that just really know the character in and out, like the back of their hand. Mawaru was really strong on this tournament. I think this is his first match on stream, actually. But, yeah. Okay, Waldstein Hilda. Oh, good shield on the end of the 63. Wow. I saw JC. Oh, man. Yeah. Yep. You guessed wrong? I'm so sorry. Okay. 720. Oh, that was actually a that was an air shield. It might not have looked it because he did it very close to the ground, but that was an air shield. And that being an air shield actually allowed him to recover much sooner than it would have done if it were a ground shield. Really good use of the air shield OS there. Throw? Yeah, good guard thrust. That's how you use guard thrust. Not enough people use guard thrust in general, still, in my opinion. I made that video so that I could, like, at least make people a little bit more aware of it. I might need to just do a separate video on guard thrust itself, though. I'll be honest about that. But guard thrust is very good. I think more people should get on board with it. It's 100 meter, but you build meter so fast in Uni 2, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, dash block on wake up. That got him out of the space where the gloom would have hit, which otherwise would have put him in another 50-50 situation, but good awareness from Shacho. Nice. Yeah, Hilda on defense is still really bad, so as long as you get her in the corner and on the defensive, she's still in just as bad a position as she's ever been. And she can't really get stable 50-50 off of VO anymore. Because VO is a little bit more... Well, does VO actually have... I don't know, actually. Now that I think about it, were the changes to VO actually affecting in any way Hilda's ability to get 50-50 right away? I know for sure Hilda's players just go for the ground spikes anyway. To go for 50-50 off of VO, but... It's not like they go for the EX Gloom. VO just might recover. VO just might take too long to recover, I think. But I haven't actually tried it, now that I think about it. Wow. Yeah, that is a favorite string of Shacho's, especially when he has meter, especially when he has CS. 1A into 63. It's hard to deal with that. It's a genuine frame trap. And a lot of players get tempted to press whenever they see the 1A. 1A is plus, so. Is it still plus, actually? Let me make sure. SPD. Can't go wrong, I guess. Especially because it's Hilda. Makes sense to me. Warenstein. Yeah, 1A is still plus on block, plus 2. Yep. The 50-50 mix-up that won Stormy Night. That's now how we can call it. 50-50 mix-up that won a major. Oh no. Not blocking. Or yeah, well I mean, you didn't have to block. You don't have to block if it's not meaty. Oh, what a VO bait. That was so good. That was so good. Vintage shot show. Okay. J2CCS. Oh, that was a green shield. I wonder if you could have actually grid broke that. I'm not sure if he reacted in time though, because it's hard to do 720 or not 720 360 reaction. But man, it was that close. That's a tough way to go down if you're shot show. Well, that might have been winners. I think that was winners, so it's no big deal. He's still in the tournament at this point. So, what was the break for this? I don't remember the intermission purpose for this one. But it was a long intermission. It seems like maybe for top 8. Oh, they switched commentators. Kamone on the mic now with Kyo. Oh yeah. Oh no, I already mentioned the announcement, so no worries. We're chilling. But yeah, after we watch the rest of the singles tournament, there are a couple more things I want to point out about how the Stormy Night trip went, and then we'll close off the stream. We'll watch the 3v3 the next stream, which isn't necessarily going to be tomorrow, but if it's tomorrow, then I'll put up a premiere for it early tomorrow. That way you guys can have the notifications ready. So this matchup is Oshuhito and Mosin. Probably a losers top 8, because Oshu was sent to losers pretty early. I don't know when Mosin was sent to losers. I think it was not necessarily early, but yeah, this should be a loser side match. 2 Evo finalists. Oshuhito's not a stranger to this sort of stage, making it pretty deep in a stack tournament. He's accustomed to it. Mosin as well, but probably not on Japan's field, Japan's turf. Ah. Oh wow, Seth can do that. Oh, okay. Oshuhito's playing with killing intent. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense that he would CS after the throw tech there, but doing it right away shows that he really wants to close this one out quickly. Good defense so far, though. Oh no, man. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure if Kuon. I'm not sure how easily Kuon can catch Seth flipping, like, you know, doing the backflips and setting the orbs in the air. I'm not sure how easy it is for him to catch Seth. So, but Oshuhito hasn't been necessarily playing the standard Seth neutral, so I imagine he could catch him slightly. But he did squeeze in the backdash there to get in the air, so maybe he felt more confident in it because he had CS. But you can see how once Oshuhito won Celestial, you see how he's not spending CS. This is actually the way I think you should play when you have Celestial. You should just hog it. Never spend CS if it can be helped. And it's over. Mosin's dead. Once Oshuhito won Celestial, he never lost another Vorpal cycle, and that's the way I think you have to approach it. You should, for as long as possible, try to keep chain shift without spending it. Of course, if it makes sense to spend it in a certain position to win back your turn, then yeah, it makes sense too. But even then, you can also you can sacrifice your turn and let yourself get hit if it means that you still keep the cycle for a long time after that, because your opponent can't vorpal strip you anyway. So as long as you feel confident that you can still keep enough grid to win the subsequent cycle, then keeping Celestial for as long as you can is very, very good to do. Ooh, is not dead. Yeah, I think Oshito kind of cut his combo too early, from what I could tell. Oh, okay, it's not over. Oshi won Celestial. He's been defending so well, and there you go. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Where you spend CS, if it means that you take back your turn, or if it means you can get the kill, of course, why not do it? But again, like, I think Oshito's been playing really, really good defense. Like, you can tell he has experience in this matchup. He's winning Celestial so consistently too. And this is a ton of I fully agree with spending IW here. Look at the damage, by the way. 5.9, over half of Mosin's health. This is one touch to kill, I believe. Well, now definitely one touch to kill. But here's another chance for Mosin to turn the tables. Wow, and that's it. It's over. Wow. Yeah, that was, I mean, Oshito played fantastic defense, but from there, it was just simply cycle control. Like, Mosin did not really get a chance to play. It's crazy. All I have to say about that is he came prepared. Ohito came prepared for who won. All that online ranked. I mean, yeah, I don't fault Mosin there, but you know, he's so used to catching people with the fight mix-ups that the minute someone came with an iron wall of defense, prepared for the matchup, you know, it was a crumble. So that's what happens. But I think since then, from what I understand, Mosin got a lot more reps after the tournament, so he should be feeling fine now. But yeah, okay, this is Sonaru versus Shacho. I think this is losers, by the way. This is losers. It's crazy how, like, this tournament was such a bloodbath. It was a war ground out there. Seeing these two in losers top 8 of round 1 of losers top 8 is just ridiculous. Yeah, Sonaru versus Watanama Shacho. Let me rewind a little bit. There we go. Both these players are very familiar with each other, so the things we might see are kind of, I mean, of course they're going to be matchup oriented, but there might be a lot of, you know, mind game oriented things that'll be hard to break down. Oh, frame kill into 720. Okay. Yeah, no meter for Waldstein to punish it there. I think he would have been able to if he had meter. Interesting. Wow. Ran out the plus frames, right? And then went for the dash SPD. Yeah, there's a level of precision that Shacho's taking right now that accounts for some things that you might expect Sonaru to be doing. But it's looking like a strong start so far. Indeed. Like, how many Waldstein players would be able to make it this deep into a bracket and still showcase Like, such power with the character, such control. Okay, one tap into 236C. Combo drop. Can't be doing that in top 8. Nuh-uh. Yeah, so Shato was trying to play for Cycle, but at least he made sure that Sonaru didn't get Celestial. So that's a respect Wake Up CS. Yeah, so he did. I wonder if Eldum can convert off of counter hit, one hit 63A. I've seen it happen several times, not just from this match right now, but when I played against Sonardo as well, it happened more times than I would have expected. So I wonder if it's possible to convert from it. He never tried to go for the conversion, so I wonder if it's just not possible. Another combo drop. Ugh. Wow. Okay. All right. Good shield. Yep. Not as easy as it might look, but it's important to do because it gives you another fighting chance against J214C, especially for Waldstein. That's pretty important. Shatros did win cycle, but still got to block Zeltman pressure because it's Waldstein. One thing you don't want to be as Waldstein in this matchup is grid broken. That's just spelling trouble if you're grid broken. Full confirm. Nope. Drop. Oh dear. Disaster of a drop. Oh yeah. Sonaru's had trouble of his own with the combos too, but wow, that was sick. J2C, even without CS, more than willing to commit to the option of going for J2C. 14214C as well. Oh, does Sonaru have a misbound button? Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. No. No, man. Is that why he was dropping the combos earlier? Man, that's so unfortunate. Let's see if he looks better. Well. Well. No tech. No tech into 5A. Man. I was laughing at the J2C right away after the combo drop, but that's another combo drop, and then cutting sync completely whiffing. Ooh. Shot was definitely in his head. Okay, stutter steps into SPD, CS for the kill. Huh? Could he not have killed? Wake up 214C. Dude, that, oh man. When, he's in his head. He's in his head. Speedy. Yeah. Wow. Okay, DP. Wow, I'm surprised Shato didn't wake up CS. Oh, that works? Oh, huge grid break. Oh, Sonaru's still not converting from these. You can't afford to drop combos at this juncture. Okay, creeping edge. Wow. And that's how Sonaru went down. Man. That's the Evo champion right there, guys. Yeah, I mean, Shatro's played really well this past weekend, though, for sure. and he sought to take full advantage of a scenario that was less than his best in this exact head-to-head. So good stuff. My bad. Okay, here we go. So this should be a winners match. I think winners finals. Bito and Chobi. No, this is losers. Okay. Bito and Chobi. Kuon Londrikia. These two are very strong characters, to say the least. Especially in tournament. Yep. Good discipline, but yeah, just when I said Chobi gets his flash kick baited. And this is what happens. But thankfully he had Vorpal, so it kind of forced Bito to respect a little bit the wake up CS option. This is not dead, but it's going to be a lot of damage. Flash kick, wow. Ooh. Chobi was concentrating while back to corner. That's... Man. You thought I whiffed? I have a follow-up to my 236. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Not sure what Chobi would have pressed there. Maybe Assault? Oh! Was it possible to throw that? I'm not sure. The crystal shots might have actually interfered with it, no matter what. Okizeme? Yeah, there's a good chance for Chobi to get started. Oh my goodness. Great JC. Defensive JC from Bito. That's definitely dead. I think any time you rise with buttons, in Uni it's surprisingly very hard to call out directly. You know, in other games it's hard to call out backdashes, and Uni it's a little easier to call out backdashes. But in this game it can be hard to call out just rising with buttons. Genuinely. Sometimes you end up calling it out, but not with like the intent of doing it, which is not really calling it out at that point, right? Like, you know, let's say your opponent tries to jump mid block string during your like 2A staggers, then that's a different story because you don't know that you're catching that. But every time you see them jump, it's like, man, I couldn't actually call that out as they were doing it. But also at the same time, the defender's only going to do it when the time is right for it. Or I guess that's the only time you're going to see it. Oh, what a bait on the force function. That's crazy. This is a high power match. This is what we call character slugging. Two strong characters just going at it. Killing each other, but it's good in versus. Not blocking on wake up? Come on. Nah, I mean he had CS, so. But now he doesn't. Wow. That works? Oh my goodness. Okay. I see the vision, Chobi. It seems like Kuon has some good answers to Bito, and Chobi's waited until this point to pull them out. Of course, he needs to pull them out right now, otherwise he's gonna lose. It's understandable, but yeah, I see the vision. Wow, that J3B actually connected. Charge J3B. Combo drops both ways. Again, baits the force function. Yeah, this is causing Bito some trouble. And then gets caught low. All are mortal. The Kuon flight mix-ups. That's actually a good time to creeping edge. I've been trying to think about that because generally you don't want to shield. You don't want a green shield whenever Laundrika goes for. Oh my! You're kidding me? That's full confirm. Yeah, but generally you don't want to green shield whenever Laundrika goes for Rise JC into into 3B J3B. But creeping edge seems like it can get you out of that. I might try that next time. Oh my goodness. Oh, drop the combo. Wow. Well, it was winter semis. Bito is still in the tournament, of course, but Chobi going straight to winners finals. That's about how I would expect a match between two strong characters like this to go. There wasn't much like interfacing with there wasn't much interfacing with the game mechanics, I would say, or like I guess the traditional game mechanic, like the traditional strike throw, like that kind of thing. There wasn't like much mind games between like, oh, when are you gonna shield versus when are you gonna press here. It was more about covering a number of options safely without having to call them out in specific. Like whenever Chobi went for flight mix-ups, he was staying in flight for a long enough time where, okay, it's like if you force function here, Bito, then I'll be able to call it out and bait it safely, right? So that's the extent of how I can draw a takeaway from that match. Similarly, Bito was running just basically Laundrika stuff. There wasn't anything that struck me as, oh, he's adapting to Chobi. He was just running Laundrika stuff. Oh, there's another VOD for this one? Looked like a lot of time left. Okay, anyway. Next is Mawaru versus Miyagi Muteki. Hilda Hyde. Two of the best players, I would say, on the respective characters. You can skip forward a little bit. Twitch players is frustrating. So I'm hoping this is uploaded to YouTube soon. But yeah, I do think Moaru came prepared for all the matchups, and that was a large part of his success. Again, I think I've said it already, but can't be stressed enough. That was very essential to his success at this tournament, was the preparation that he had for these matchups, because these matchups are not necessarily fair, but otherwise everyone would be playing Hilda. Like, she has 50-50 mix, and her damage is still good. She's still a really good zoner in general as well. Everyone would be playing her if she were, if that were all to it. If that was all to it, then everyone would be playing her. But yeah, you still have trouble on defense, and you still have to play these matchups. So, and that's dead. 2 50-50s and Miyagi Miteki was dead. And yes, Hyde does have 2 force function for this matchup, but it doesn't actually help that much, I would say, in this matchup. It's much better to just dash block and try to go for shields. Because the issue is that Hilda has basically, quote-unquote, instant ranged hitboxes that 2FF doesn't really do anything against. Dash up DP. I respect it. I think I've seen Miyagi Miteki use this countermeasure before against Hilda 50-50 Okizeme, but oh no, I remember seeing this in person live, and I was like, what was he looking for? It was definitely an accident. It was supposed to be an assault. It was definitely an accident. But you see how much it snowballed already. This is Uni 2 right here. If he didn't tech that throw, he would have been dead. Oh my goodness, this is so scary. Ah, there's the chain shift. Okay, and so Hilda got 50-50 off of that VO, but it wasn't like, oh, I set the gloom and then teleport. It seemed like he did have to make sure that Miyagi Miteki was blocking. But even then, it wasn't enough to win the round. Wow. Really good comeback. Wow. That dead? It's dead. Yeah, Moaru didn't play good defense in that game. I should say in this round. In that round specifically. Didn't have enough patience on high pressure, which you really have to. Especially when he has Whirlpool. But certainly not over yet. Good creeping edge in CS to get out. Yeah. Eventually won the cycle with an... Oh! Ooh. That is a crucial green shield to not have thrown. That actually... Wow. That was actually pretty pivotal, I would say. I mean, Mario has a cycle now, so of course it's easy for me to know that it mattered, but... Especially in that kind of... Oh, that's a punish. Wow. Up back shield. Punish, yeah. No confirm though. Yeah, I'm not sure what Miyagi Miteki was expecting there. Moaru can always just block in that situation. Everyone's being hit by these mix-ups. I mean, after all, it is the mix-up that won the tournament, so. That's something that's something to be said about its potency, isn't it? Yep. So Miyagi Muteki, the reason why he went for Rise J there, it might have looked like a ballsy gamble, right? But he knew that Mawaru would want to secure the cycle, so he went for a more proactive defensive answer than simply just running in for a throw. Like something that would actually get him an assurance that he can get Mawaru blocking again, despite relinquishing the cycle. Oh wow, what a VO. Yep, okay, out of the mix up there. Dash C is so insane. On hide. Basically dash through all that mix up. Dash out of, I should say. Oh, that is a puzzling CS, I must say. Oh my goodness. Wow. I don't know about that CS. Would he have had cycle? I guess if he wouldn't have one cycle, it was fine, but Yep, good green shield baits by Miyagi Muteki, but oh, that's the unfortunate way to get hit by. Yeah, Mawaru staying respectful of CS as an option. Oh no. He was staying far enough away from hide where CS would not have any real impact on whatever he's doing in neutral. And it stayed that way for now. Oh wow. Well-timed dash C. It's crazy. Dash C is so crazy on hide. I'm baffled by it every day. Oh, it didn't dash through that time though. So would you stake your tournament life on dash C going through the ground spikes? So yeah, Mawaru first checks to see if the opponent's blocking before actually going in for the assault, which makes sense because this is not like a meaty necessarily. Wait, but it seems like he can do... It seems like he can do 5A and then go for the assault. I'm trying to understand better this 50-50 because that was one thing that I wanted to make sure I knew how to discuss before the stream. So I asked Mawaru a little bit about it, but now we got to try to reverse osmosis, learn about it. But yeah, 2-1. Honestly, Miyagi Muteki almost got him there, but some crucial mistakes and, you know, then 50-50'd a bunch of times, so. Yeah, this VOD seems like it ends right here. So we'll use the second VOD, finish up the tournament, and get some last comments in on my Japan trip, Stormy Night trip. So here we go. So this is Shacho, and is this Shacho? Yeah, Shacho and Bito. Loud enough? Okay. I have a feeling that this matchup is uncomfortable for Waldstein. Look at all this corner carry, man. Mm-hmm. Block. That caught the backdash. Wow. I don't think Shacha can win cycle from here. Yeah. Because he was in transfer state. CS straight into force function. Yep. Shacha was respecting force function to be done on the -8, so it's understandable. Considering it would kill if it hit him. Wow. Wake up Rise JC against the frame kill. No tech. Mm-hmm. Mondrick is so good that he doesn't even need steer under. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is just a super tough matchup for Waldstein. I don't know what he's supposed to do. Force function right away. That is such aura when you can just wake up with 5 BB against Waldstein. Oh, I caught the backdash. Yep. Oh, that was really good, Rise JC. This should be full convert into kill. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm not the commentator, but that would be the commentator curse. Perfect example of it. When they say that should kill, and actually it's like, but not for them. for the other player. Another frame kill, but FF again. Yeah. Oh, okay, that was kind of sick. I like the idea there. But yeah, Bito was too ready. Backdash instead. He's making a lot of good decisions, but Oh, okay. Oh, combo drop. Okay, doesn't matter? Yeah, it doesn't matter. See, it does make a difference that Waldstein's command grab does more damage now. Oh wow, he was able to throw that. That's hard to see. But not gonna matter. Get caught by 63C of Laundrikia. Yeah. Oh wow. It still doesn't feel like Beto, like apart from like specifically going for Rise JC, like basically his measures for specifically avoiding SPD, apart from that, it doesn't feel like he's really needing to interact with Shacho Waldstein right now, which is the kind of position you want to be in. Like each time there in that pressure sequence, he let the full blockchain rip. Now, of course, Shacho was shielding a lot, so that helped him win Celestial, but he spent CS super early, and that might cost him. Actually, he's alive here. I think he's alive. Yeah, you can see Beto just like throughout the entirety of that round, and probably even earlier too, because that was more so when I had noticed it, but Beto just let the full blockchain, like, just let it continue along. If Shacho was still blocking, spent the meter for the pressure reset, and then try to continue the blockchain from there. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, this is Twitch player. Okay, here we go. This is Oshuhito versus Miyagi Muteki. Two players that aren't unfamiliar with each other. Seth Hyde is also a lore matchup. Oh, unfortunate green shield. Oshu had a long time to be able to see that one and go for the throw. And this will be the first real opening. Well, there was another opening earlier too, but the first opening of dramatic consequence, we should say. Command grab CS. I noticed Oshu's been using command grab a lot more in Uni 2 compared to Eunice. Or yeah, I guess compared to Eunice and Uniclair as well. But a command grab is adding that to his game plan a lot more now. Something's up. Seth has way too many tools. Yeah, Abra F5C. That is that. Yeah. I think Miyagi Muteki has the right approach so far, but just needs to get something started off of one clean hit. Well, that's a pretty good one. Because Oshuito doesn't necessarily play aggressively on defense. Most of the time, he's just looking for the opportunity to press, which is not the same every time. Like, I think Oshito's pretty good discipline with how he presses defensive buttons. He'll usually let you get away with a lot on offense if you want to. And then at the time you don't expect is when he'll press. Which I think is, I think that's the agreeable approach to playing defense in this game. You have to be willing to let your opponent continue their turn off of minus frames sometimes. Because there's also the element to the fact that you might not be at the right spacing for you to actually make good use to press on your opponent's minus frames. But if he understands his opponent's offensive rhythm, then he'll usually press a bit sooner. Which seems to be the case right now. Like, Miyagi Tech definitely looks a little lost. He hasn't really solved the puzzle to opening up Oshihito at the moment. BD5B against Miyagi Muteki's buttons on Wake Up. Yeah. Tough way to go down, but that was all Ohito. Okay, the next set of matches. Let's see. The winners fight? No. What is this? Loser semis. Okay. Mawaru and Shobi. This is a match where I say actually Hilda does fine, in my opinion at least. By the eye test. We're going by the eye test here, folks. Like, I don't think Mawaru really minds dealing with Kuon in neutral. Because Kuon has to hold this at the start. And something we'll see recurring throughout the set is that Chobi was dedicated to blocking high. Even after the numerous times he got opened up low on the 50-50, he was dedicated to blocking high. Watch your legs. What? Excuse me? Why did that completely go through the guard thrust? Okay, then. I think I had the same reaction in person, too, and I forgot about this. That's a lot of damage, too, yeah. Okay, wake up dash block throw. Oh, I got hit. Wow. Other side low. Steer ender early for cycle. I love that. Love to see it. And gets her. Oh, yeah. Drop the combo. Oh, that's dead? Wow, that's a brutal drop. I don't think you could have CVO'd either, because for Hilda, since a lot of your combos end up being done from pretty far away, the CVO is not always in range to actually connect. So you might not have been close enough for CVO. Oh, I got hit. That's dirty. You can react to that one, but typically you're not looking for it, so it's like... It just becomes that much harder to respond to with the right defensive measure. I very rarely see people block that. Shimmy. One chance. Wow, what a VO. You bet it all on that one. You cannot creeping edge. But okay, the fact that that corrected the side is pretty funny. Yeah, that misinput was costly. Chobi seized the opportunity there. So both of Chobi's round wins were off of execution errors of Mowaru. The first time the combo dropped to that would have allowed him to get the round, and the second time the input drop in order to get the 50-50. Celestial. Okay. Spending it right away is interesting. To be fair, with Hilda, it's pretty hard to keep the cycle, so. And maybe just having the meter is more useful to begin with. You want to have the meter directly. Yep. Not too hard to bait Kuon's DP with that Okizeme of Hilda's. I'm surprised Mowaru was ready for that. That was the first wake up DP of the set, I think. Still really good patience. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That was a really good idea from Chobi, but misjudged the spacing that he needed in order to punish the ground spike set. There's the low again. Yeah, it looks like if he does 5A for the meaty, then does assault into either charge JC or empty low, then it's 50-50, it seems like. Oh, all of those resources spent just to still get hit. CS and 100 meter. Yeah, Chobi was getting hit by things that he didn't really have to get hit by. Oh, what a force function. Wow. Good enough for the round. I think the guard thrust was like, I agree with the guard thrust that Chobi went for, but it was unfortunate that it didn't amount to much. Because Mowaru's defense has been really good in this set. Oh, yeah, can't be doing this. These are the hits that Chobi is taking that are leading to the 50-50. Skew. Yep, another good guard thrust. I think I agree with it. Especially since the corner's right there. Oh, what a 5B. Full confidence there. Guess for game. Chobi respected and Mawaru's set 2-1. That was pretty close, but honestly, oh, I said 2-1. Yeah, it is. It is. Oh, it's winners final. Okay, yeah, it's winners final. I was like, huh? Yeah, even though Mawaru only has one game of a lead, it still felt like you guys had control. Just playing really stellar defense and getting several great openings with the mix-ups, but you know, it's still a long hill to climb. MD low. That is so hard to block. Oh my goodness. Loopin mix-ups. Loopin mix-ups, just like Hilda. Yep, nice snipe. Maru had been doing that a lot throughout the set. Dash normals into, excuse me, dash normals into Gloom set. The one time he went overhead. Oh, baited the guard thrust that time, yeah. Yeah, that one Mawaru had to commit to blocking, because if he really wanted to go empty low, he would have needed to press 2A, and that would have exposed him to guard thrust, I believe. Unless the 2A there whiffed and I didn't see it. Oh, got hit by the gloom? That looked like he got hit by a stray gloom projectile. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's the guard thrust. That's the timing you got to do, where she's still in the air, because you can't block during assault. So. Oh wow. And that's it. It's grand finals for Mawaru. Yeah, that set was interesting because I think it might sound like, or it might seem like, oh, all Mawaru had to do is just get a bunch of 50-50s to win. But no, he had to play really good defense throughout that set, and even then, it was still 3-2. He needed to have good defense. So it's not as simple as just go for your 50-50 and win. At least for Hilda. I mean, you could also argue that Chobi needed to guess correctly on more 50-50s in order to win, but that in fact did not happen. Okay, we got Oshuhito and Bito. Seth Londrikia. Yeah, again, Londrikia this is not a matchup where he's struggling or anything. Seth doesn't struggle in this one either, I wouldn't say, but Londrikia certainly does not have issues. He's more than capable of catching the zones that Seth is flying at with his neutral. Oshu did 3 VOS, wow. Look at how much meter this guy has. Oh, wow. Combo drop. One second, guys. Let me get a quick snack. Okay. Yeah, it looks like Obito took the first game. I did spot a couple good ideas from Bito. Going for Rise charged AC to catch Seth when he goes into the blink in the air. But it seemed like there were a couple of drop confirms. And yeah, you can't really afford to do that at this juncture. I think Bito actually will start to want to find Ohito's throw timing. This is a head-to-head where actually I do think Bito has to try to interact more with Ohito head-on. Because with a player with good defense like Oshuhito, you have to find other ways to open him up. He's so used to playing against Londrikia. See, look at how effortless. Not only did he block all the Rekkas, but he shielded every single thing confidently. Definitely experience. It will definitely require more to break through the barriers, but yeah, we're getting there. So yeah, that because with all the shielding that Oshito is able to do, he's able to consistently win cycle, and that's like Bito hasn't been able to score those hits without making like deeper risk, I guess. So it's gonna require like a deliberate throw game here. Gold throw. Wow. Dash C. Yeah, it was a drop confirm. It's brutal. It's brutal, guys. Ice Rain, though. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta show them why you're top tier. Yeah, Oshuhito's defense against Laundrikia is just so hard to break. Bito's struggling to string together like a steady flow of offense right now, I would say. Wow. The 63C jail actually kind of saved him there from getting further comboed, but looks like it's not going to matter. And this was just all Oshuhito. Like the whole way. Extremely well played. But Bito had a good tournament run still, finishing in 3rd place. Given all the strong players that were in this tournament bracket, it's no small feat. Like, it took Oshuhito to bring him down, and that's a guy with a lot of experience against a lot of characters from all the matches that he plays in online ranked, all of the time that he played at the arcades as well, and he enters pretty much every tournament too, so or a lot of tournaments at least. So he's not a stranger to that specific setting where, you know, you're in loser side but you gotta face down Laundrikia. Nah, that's something that he's accustomed to. Or I should say, that's something that he's not unaccustomed to. Okay. Losers finals. A lot of downtime between some of these matches. Okay, here we go. So it's Oshuhito versus Chobi. And we saw already how good defense Oshuhito played against Laundrikia. And I believe it was also he that played good defense against Kuon, as well as Maware. It's no wonder that both of them made it so far in this bracket, because they are two of the players that were able to defend against the strongest characters in the top 16 cohort of this tournament. And this is Oshuhito playing at a high level. This is not like, you know, he's feeling the pressure mentally, or he's starting to make a lot of combo drops and mistakes. No, he's playing fantastically at this tournament. Like, this was some of the best I've seen him play in quite some time, in a tournament environment at least. Which is why the fact that Nephros almost eliminated him in loser side, and that was an off-stream match, like, few will understand the amount of impact that might have had on this bracket had Nephros been able to follow through with the elimination. would have had monumental consequences, honestly. Because then you have to wonder how many people that were in this bracket can deal with Lin, especially Nefros Lin at this event. Like, beyond the fact that, you know, you can go for the specific things that catch a lot of people off guard playing against Lin, such as the, you know, the 5C, 2C versus 5C charge 5C. But the fact that Nefros just plays with such great precision, it's just uncomfortable to block against him. Great stand shield. In this game, when you get stand shielded on your assault against a player, that's when you know you're getting red, and you gotta change things up. You gotta change things up right away, because it really feels bad to get stand shielded. I mean, it's supposed to. That's not something that's changed in any version of the game since like, I want to say Uniel. Maybe Eunice, but yeah. Probably Eunice, actually. This is going to be quite a bit of damage. IW. Wake up a flash kick. That's crazy. Did Oshu not meaty? Wow. Wow. There was no meaty behind that, despite having an IW in there, which offers you plenty of time to go for Orboki as well as get a meaty. Like a good meaty at that, like a meaty where you can actually end up right next to them. But sometimes it happens. The heat of the moment. Yeah, sometimes it happens. We can see again, like, just the pristine level of green shielding too. It's not something that all players can get away with without eventually getting their rhythm called out with the grid break. But it wasn't enough in that round. Oh, interesting. He went for the down follow-up with the backdash. I wonder if that was what he wanted, or if he was trying to block right after the backdash. Okay, baits the flash kick, yeah. That's a way to get things started here. This is going to be a lot of damage. 5k range. 4.4, 5.4. Oh, and then you just do it again. Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing this. I remember seeing that at the event. Didn't work, do it again. Yeah, I mean, Oshuhito's playing well in the set too, but Chobi's doing just enough with the Kuon shenanigans that it's making it tough to assemble any sort of momentum right now. But the one key thing here that's unlocked the full potential of taking this match potentially away for Chobi is that he's completing his combos, and he's playing the matchup in a way that puts his foot forward in the initiative instead of Set's foot. But Chobi, this is not the first time Chobi's been on the stage before. Chobi did play really well as well at a TGP, which was another offline event in Tokyo. this year. And he had similar success with Kuon as well there, so this is not an unfamiliar stage. Oh, wow. But that's got to feel satisfying, right? Like, where you're having a good match against the very best at their best. TRM, wow. You rarely see those anymore. Rarely see those. Because you don't really need to go for them. And the reward for TRMing someone in Unity 2 is still not that high. But they're still there. Yeah, you don't really need to go for the 5A2A gold throw TRM because the what's it called? The window during which you can't do another throw tech after failing a throw tech is much longer in Uni 2 than it used to be. So oftentimes you don't even need to go for TRM. I guess the difference is that you have them in block stun, so they can't like press. They can't like press a 5A or something, but it's risky for them to do that to begin with. And this should be dead. So clean from Chobi. That is a 3-0 on Oshuhito. And an Oshuhito that was playing well, for that matter. But he capitalized off of every hit. This felt like a fair and square 3-0. Like, you gotta hold that, man. Kuon's a good character, mind you, but this was like fair and square, a solid W from Chobi. Losers finals. Like, super well done. I'm gonna have to look back at this match head-to-head too, to just look for some Seth Kuon matchup things to point out. Because it seems like Chobi had some answers in light of how Oshuhito plays neutral with Seth. Because that's where a lot of the engagements, like a lot of the interactions that were won by Chobi were not necessarily off of, oh, I got the mix-up landed with flight. It was more so I caught what Oshuhito was doing in neutral or in the transition from defense to neutral, and it led to another full confirm. But super well done. So now the grand finals. Oh, they really made this VOD long. It's Mawaru and Chobi. Hilda Kuon. I don't know how many Hildas would be able to make it this far in a bracket like this, but leave it to none other than Mawaru to be able to do it. Winner's side as well. Yep, grand finals. Something, again, it's a recurring theme. I think it's especially the case with Mawaru and Oshuhito. But they played fantastic defense against Kuon specifically, which it's clear how much mileage they were able to get out of that. Ooh, a flash kick, yeah. But it's clear how much mileage they were able to get out of that. That seems to have been the deciding factor, and they're making it far. If you can make it past the Kuon players such as Chobi, such as Mosin, then you got a good shot at this one. But it all starts with great defense, because that's the prerequisite that both Mawaru and Oshuhito fulfilled at this tournament. Really good defense. And Oshuhito definitely plays a bit more patiently than most of the Tokyo players. But he still presses his buttons when time calls for it. But speaking of pressing buttons, yeah, I mean, all are mortal to Hilda Nitaku, 50-50. So I wonder if the B gloom is specifically for calling out back tech after steer ender. I wonder. I still haven't fully dissected the nature of steer ender Oki for Hilda in this version, but there's a science to it taking place. Those that are trying to go to Arc System Works World Tour would definitely need to study it, because Mawaru will be a significant threat at that event. And any player that does not do their homework there is going to be punished. Oh, what a guard thrust. You love to see it. And the 3C. Hello. Hello. Chobi, what a round. Feels validating, someone using offensive guard thrust and getting lots of mileage out of it. Securing a game in grand finals too. At a high profile event. Study up, folks. Guard thrust is very good in this game. Another great start for Chobi. And you can feel like he's definitely has momentum from loser side. Like, slaying Oshuhito definitely like was reflective of a power-up that he was undergoing throughout the losers bracket. And that's a perfect, flawless round. Punish, yep. I think Mawaru did have the option to go for C skewer, whatever it's called, but saved his meter. Fair enough. It's not looking good though. I don't know if he'll be able to use his meter for much at the rate it's going right now. One touch to die. Get blocked. Attack the throw. Wow. See how powerful it is to have CS just as a leverage option? Yeah. I don't know about that. I mean, okay, fair enough. You went for the throw tech. You have a lot of life to work with. Fair enough, right? You make them. You're right. You're wrong once. You know, it's fine. You're wrong twice. It's fine. You're not dead. You're not dead, right? Oh, you're dead. You were wrong twice and you're dead. Wow. I mean, literally all it was is he guessed wrong on the throw and then he guessed wrong on the 50-50 and he died. Uni 2, baby. Yeah, that 5A is definitely like supposed to be the meat. At least in the corner, that's what it seems to be. Because in the corner, it seems like you have to straight up hold this. And there's the throw. That's the mix-up. That's another element of the mix-up. Throw is always an available option too. Man, oh, that's so strong. Man. I guess it's because Steer Ender leaves you pretty close to the opponent, so that's where the options start to open up or something. Meaty Assault Jace, increase JC. Yeah, he was on point with these anti-air force functions. Anti-throw measure. Okay, block strings, yeah. And this little ground spikes, they stay. They stay. There's no avoiding it. Well, okay, for some reason they disappeared. Did he make a new one? Oh, I guess after you use the super they disappeared, but it didn't matter. Yep, good call out. Another force function anti-air. Steer under early to try to get some grid. Basically, oh, excuse me. Basically, Mawaru didn't really have a good shot at winning the cycle. What? What happened there? But yeah, Mawaru didn't have a good chance at winning the cycle, so steer under early gives grid because you're still early in the combo. But even though the cycle wasn't right there, it still gave him a chance to have enough space between he and Chobi so that Chobi just wouldn't wake up shield and then, you know, he still loses the cycle anyway. So good decision making. Anti-air 3C. Both players have to fight hard for this one. There's no easy way out of this. And I know as much as people want to be reductive that Mowaru won off of 50-50, he really needed to have great self-control, discipline, solid defense in a lot of these head-to-heads. That's a very unfortunate misinput. Guard thrust, yep. Defense into offense. Oh, okay. Oh no, that's like the day one. That's the day one against Hilda. You got to be ready for the double overhead. Oh man. And giving up a game in grand finals when you're in loser side because of that very small moment. It's very troublesome. Great corner escape. Oh, wasn't enough. Yeah, that can happen. Back thrown back into the corner. You just got to be confident in your defense. Another force function anti-air. Of course, anti-throw measure. Throw again. Yep, gotta hold this low. And you gotta hold another one of these. Okay, well, oh my goodness. Yeah, if you blocked that, good for you. I did not block that. I'm so sorry. There's so many things to focus on that it's hard to react to the linchpin coming down. In that scenario specifically. Okay, I got hit there too. Yeah, you can't always be ready for her to be on the other side in the 2A to connect into you. I'm sure though that... Oh, wait. Oh. Wake up creeping edge. Yeah, that's why having meaty projectile Okizeme in this game is not necessarily good. You much rather want to leave the option for throw available. Or just leave your options available, or leave your options open in general. Because you can still meaty with a proper normal and then have the projectile Oki connect after that. Creates frame traps, allows you to bait things as they wake up, your opponent does. Such as creeping edge, of course. But having a meaty projectile Oki can kind of get in the way. All you're really doing with meaty projectile Oki is saying your opponent can't DP. And that's about it. Which DPing in Uni is just, at least on wake up, is just really, really risky to begin with. Oh, Mowaru was not ready for that, yeah. Another force function. It's been on lock. Okay, just set it, yeah, resetting neutral. Or not. Or not. Yeah. I don't think Chobi was ready. Like, otherwise he would have back tech. I don't think he was ready to face down another 50-50 mid-screen, because it's always been steer enders. Close. Like, close steer enders into 50-50. But that was the tournament. You can see the winning hit was off of 50-50. Water. Yeah, hard fought tournament win. Nothing comes easy in Uni 2. Like, people want to talk about, yeah, you know, these characters like Laundrikia, Carmine, you know, they're so carried, right? or the players that play them are so carried. But at top level, where there are so many specialist players that have so much experience fighting against a number of characters in the cast, fighting against a number of players under a number of conditions, you really have to have depth to your fundamental ability to play defense, offense, and neutral in these matchups especially. Because you can see like how many chances Chobi was still able to get. If you just want to talk about it as like, oh, just 50-50 allowed Mawaru to win, Chobi was still getting several openings and was still going far with them. After all, he did get a game in Grand Finals and a number of moments where he was able to convert offensive sequences into rounds won. So it's not like he was just getting looped by 50-50 the whole set. And even when he did get hit by Hilda, he still had plenty of opportunities to fight back, especially with the moments that he went for guard thrust. I think those were well-chosen moments. I think he had the right understanding of how to approach it. There were no, willy-nilly, let me bet it all on Veil off. There was none of that. There was discipline. There was understanding. I think he had a solid approach to fighting Mawaru in Grand Finals. And a lot of people, this will probably go over a lot of people's heads, probably go under the radar. But if you're watching this VOD, if you're watching this stream right now, you're going to have this soaked into your brain, and it's going to be something that you'll remember whenever you fight against Hilda for the rest of time. That these are your options available. And even if you don't go for these options directly, you have plenty of things that you can try out and see where they stick. Of course, you got to probably do them where the stakes are a bit lower so that, you have an opportunity to practice without missing out in a tournament setting. But regardless. Yeah. So that, guys, was the singles tournament of day 1 of Stormy Night Second Fest. I'm glad we got a chance to watch through that on stream. There's a lot of things that are noticeable when you watch it through again, especially when you watch a VOD that you can pause, rewind, etc. So I have a last couple of things I want to mention about the Stormy Night trip that were alongside the Stormy Night event itself before we close off the stream. Let's do that. Give me a second. I'm gonna put switching up quickly for just a brief amount of time. Okay. Ready again. I'll leave the VOD playing while I'm talking, but some last couple of things about the trip. So after Stormy Night, the event itself, there was an after party I went to that was on the same day as the 3v3. It was that night, and that was a good chance to socialize with people. People goof around, that kind of thing. But I had a good chance just to talk with people in a more relaxed setting, right? And then finally, the last thing that was notable about the trip was on Monday, which was 2 days ago. That's when I went to Lucy again. They had a special event for just organizing casuals with overseas players, and there were about 30 people that were in attendance. Oh yeah, I guess we can look at the photos. So, not that. No, not that. Where is it? There we go. Yes. So we can look at some of the photos. They ran a 2v2 at the Lucy event that was 2 days ago on Monday, and this was impromptu. because there were so many people, there were a total of like 30 people or something. That was the photo I showed earlier. Did I? No. I think I already showed it, but yeah, there like the picture is showing like all the people that were there. But you can also see the entrants that were in the random 2v2. And this was streamed on Lucy's channel. So if you're ever interested in checking it out, I'll go ahead and put the link in the description for the VODs, because there were 2 VODs for it. But I helped out with commentary during like emceeing / commentary during the random 2v2. And I had a lot of fun doing it. I think something that I haven't gotten a chance to do for a while for offline events, especially with players that I've watched for so long. So it was a great honor to have done it. And it honestly reminded me of the days of FGC East LA where we had, you know, good offline things going on. You know, it just makes me happy to be still amidst the offline FGC scene. Because fighting games were not something I've been playing on a consistent basis this year, but, you know, I've at least kind of rekindled my enjoyment for the games and for the community. So it's always nice to find that in a trip like this. But yeah, the winners were Senator and Alpaca Man, and Shot Show and Bryce finished second in the random 2-on-2. And apart from the random 2-on-2, there were lots of casuals played. I got a chance to play so many players. I don't even know if I can list them off the top of my head. But yeah, for the random 2-on-2, Osauni Fonon was my teammate. And let's see. And in casuals I played against Moaru, Nephros, Makochin, Ryusei, Mochi. There might have been a few others that I forgot. Oh, Trista. I also played against Trista Hyde. Yeah, all very good players. All extremely good players. Especially for when I played against Moaru, I already talked about this, but his defense I think is really, really good. He's very, very patient. And I had to interface with his mental slate, like, kind of head on directly in order to open him up. Which, you know, fortunately, I think that's more so compatible with the way I play Uni right now, compared to some other players where, you know, I'm dealing with their nonsense directly, and getting through that is a lot trickier for me to deal with because it's like a level of aggression that I still need to adjust better to mid-set. But it was still really nice to be able to play against Moaru. Nephros, I've already said this, but I do think that people should watch out. He's one of the best Lin players that I've had the chance to really watch and understand how he plays. And again, once I played him, that's when I understood even more, like, his understanding on positioning with Lin and on making best use of the moves in her moveset to allow for him to win. And it's not just like, oh, I pressed 5C 2C or I pressed 5C charge 5CC. No, he really has a good understanding of the character as a whole. And his performances in Stormy Night were a testament to that. I think the thing that he'll continue to build up, because he's still in Japan right now as far as I know, but the thing that he'll continue to build up is just getting more experience against JB players and getting more reps against them. And that's only going to level him up further. So I'm excited to see what he'll do further as time goes on. I also played against Makochin, who's the Lin player from Japan. He's been playing for some decent amount of time. I don't know which game he started with, but it was probably Unist. If I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like I've seen him in Unist or Unist arcade VODs before. But regardless, when I played him, it reminded me of when I was watching Act 3 Freeze, who's also a Lin player who streams very, very often, by the way. But he plays like a bit more cautiously than Act 3 Freeze. Act 3 Freeze is a little bit wild, right? Whereas Makochin kind of plays at a calmer tempo, but they have a similar approach to neutral with how they aggress with Lin's normals and making use of dash C, making use of rolls. trickery and gambles, all of those things kind of overlap with them. But I noticed that Magochin is more than willing to flip the switch and understand when he can slow down his approach to kind of grind out his opponent a bit more. So that was something that was fun to play against him. We can, you know what, we can have this on screen. There's no need to hide the notes. When I played against Ryusei as well, it was much to my surprise, but Ryusei has a lot of patience too. Like, Merkaba players, you would think that, oh, they only think with one brain cell, which is, you know, press your long range buttons and create the millions of frame traps that he can create during his pressure strings. But no, Ryusei was really, really patient, and it was hard to open him up in like a good way. Like, it was enjoyable. There were a lot of fun moments where I was going for deep dashes, and it was like, oh man, is he gonna press on this deep dash? And what I mean by deep dash is like literally dashing in his face for like elongated periods of time to see if he's gonna press, right? Eventually I did get him to press, but that was amusing. Very fun player to play against. Mochi, the way he plays reminds me of like Mobu Murabito and Alpaca Man right now, the way they play. They play with a very clinical Merkaba playstyle, like run his game plan, execute the buttons and moves that are best at their respective ranges. The thing Mochi, I think I noticed with him, he doesn't necessarily play for the cycle as aggressively, but he still has a good grasp on Merkaba's character, which I think is very important for a character like that, where getting the hits and turning them to Okizeme are very important since you don't have damage to compensate for it, and the cycle isn't always necessarily a high priority to begin with. But yeah, I played him as well. You already saw the match that we looked at in the Stormy Night singles tournament. That was in the loser side match. And getting a chance to play against him again at Lucy 2 days ago was really nice. It was insightful. It helped reassure me on things I need to improve on in the Merkaba matchup, and also just improving on adjusting to an aggressive playstyle in general. And then last player I played was Trista Hyde. Trista is a very, very good player. I think a lot of people aren't aware of who he is as a player. I don't know when he started playing Uni though, but I know for sure he's really good. And the way he plays reminds me a lot of, I shouldn't say reminds me, but like he plays a very refined Hyde that tells me like, it makes it seem like he has a lot of experience in the game. So that's why I'm like curious when he started playing, right? But it's kind of reminiscent of B-Men in a way. Hyde's a strong character in this version right now, so that's part of it too. But what's for sure is that I think Trista has a solid amount of self-control and discipline on defense, where he's more than willing to sit and just block for some time, and then suddenly he's more than willing to mash and press as soon as he sees that I've left myself at a minus frames, right? But he's also willing to let the player that's playing offense continue their pressure through minus frames. The neutral, I do think that there were a lot of times where I was given the cycle without needing to fight too hard for it, but it could have also been that he was prioritizing landing the hidden neutral against an Onase, because Hyde can still win neutral pretty quickly against Onase. The thing is, I wasn't putting myself in risky positions to be caught by like things like Dash C or Assault J60, which maybe that's something that it was unaccustomed. But regardless, I think Trista was a hard player for me to beat, and I lost most of the matches that I played against him. So yeah, that was a very fun experience too. And then I already mentioned about the Lucy commentary, but the sound didn't come through the best in the VOD, but I still had a good chime. And I'm sure the other players that were there, because Silicon, Bryce, Suika were all there as well, I'm sure they can attest to the enjoyment of it. Because it was done in English, of course. The next time I'll go, I'll brush up on my Japanese a little more so that it can be done in that. But for the time being, it was, of course, in English. Yeah, so I think that's all there is to talk about, because as soon as Lucy was done, I was basically out of Japan the next day. Tuesday that was, and here I am now. So yeah, guys, that's about all I've got for Stormy Night, at least for the Stormy Night trip, as well as the Stormy Night event, part number 1, day number 1. The next stream will be watching over the part 2 VOD, and which is the 3v3, and we'll be going over the things that took place on that day. So look forward to it, you guys. I'll see you all then, but for now, let's give ourselves some rest after this 6-hour stream, and thanks for watching.
ありがとうございました。今主催のリップ君が挨拶をしているところでございます。